Officer at SAS. We are a great, proud partner of the summit, as well as NC State students moving forward. So we are really excited to be here today and to dive a little bit deeper into hiring and employing neurodivergent individuals. So we are going to start with some quick introductions. I would love to have our panelists, Carrie, Bill, and Caroline, quickly, if you don't mind, giving us a brief introduction of yourself and the organization you're with. So Carrie, you're first on my screen. So if it's okay with you, I'll have you go first.
Sure, absolutely. My name's Carrie Blackman. I am actually located in Kansas City, Missouri. Ultranauts is a fully remote software engineering company. We specialize in quality assurance software testing, automation testing, and data analytics. We do hire throughout the United States, continental US, and Canada. And we have a hiring initiative to prove that neurodiversity is a competitive advantage in business. 75% of our team members are on the spectrum or similar profiles. And I personally have been with the company about 4 years now, and I have 2 boys. My oldest is non-speaking and autistic. And I've been told by coworkers they think I might be neurodivergent, but I haven't pursued a diagnosis. So that's a little bit about me, and excited to be here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carrie. We'll dive a little bit deeper into that here in just a moment. Bill, would you like to go next?
Yeah, sure. So my background, my name is Bill Dush. I got a PhD in physics, and I've been part of IBM for the last 3 years. I'm a data scientist there. So IBM, I'm sure most of you would know, at least, but the general IBM is like a technology company, which has been kind of focused on hybrid cloud as well as AI specifically. So it's pretty big in terms, we have like consulting, we have products and things like that. There is a business unit like splitting off right now called Kyndryl, actually should be pretty soon, which did like infrastructure management. So that part is like moving on into its own separate business. In terms of here, like I'm autistic myself. I was diagnosed when I was 13, and after I joined IBM, I became out pretty quickly, and I am the neurodiversity at IBM BRG co-chair. So like I worked with like Lorraine, for example, on this, as well as there's someone else, Matt, as well. I also know some people at Ultranauts too, like Nicole, for example, Carrie. I actually met her on like originally Twitter and then LinkedIn, and it turns out we actually have a lot in common, more than just like the general stuff. Like she was in the Triangle and went to Penn State. I went to Penn State for grad school. So yeah, and what I'd like to do here today is like especially understand like what we've done here, because like IBM is a huge company, and so for like it's different for like a small company in terms of transformation versus like a huge company where it's like 350,000 employees to actually culturally transform something to be neurodivergent friendly. And I truly think we got something, and something that I think the whole world and also other companies need to do, because I haven't seen this in other companies yet, even other like autistic or neurodivergent programs. So yeah, that's what I have to say.
Awesome. Thanks, Bill. And we'll dive into why that is here in just a moment. All right, Caroline.
Yes, thank y'all. And I really apologize for my voice. I've got some laryngitis thing going on. It won't leave me. But I'm Caroline Sullivan, and I'm the Executive Director of the North Carolina Business Committee for Education. We're the education nonprofit in the governor's office. And we launched LiNC-IT, which stands for Linking Inclusion for Innovative Talent, in December of 2018. LiNC-IT's a collaborative that brings together vocational rehab funding from the state with job coaching by 2 service providers, UNC Teach Autism Center and the Autism Society of North Carolina, to support internships for early career autistic professionals and college students. So what we're doing is making sure that students or early career professionals are supported through the interview process and through their internship, with expectations that this internship will be a launch to a full-time employment.
Excellent. Thank you, Caroline. And thank you so much for being here. I know you're recovering from your laryngitis, so we appreciate it. Tea, yeah, tea definitely helps. Well, I want to dive a little bit deeper. I know we've got a lot of employers that are here, attending the conference this week, and I wanted us to dive a little bit deeper into, why are we hiring neurodivergent individuals? Why the emphasis? And I think I love so much of what Lorraine said right before this panel around let's focus on let's not focus on what we can't do. Let's focus on what we can do. And I think that is such a beautiful statement. And so I want us to talk a little bit about why. Why are we, what value do neurodivergent folks bring to the workforce? Why are we investing heavily on recruiting and retaining neurodivergent individuals? And so, Bill, I'm going to ask you to answer that first, since you touched on all the wonderful things IBM's doing. I'd love to hear from you first.
Well, I know for me personally, I know that I'm awesome. So there's that. I mean, it's obviously going to really depend on the things like neurodiverse, or even just people neurodivergence is more than just autism. But like for me, I know like my hyper focus, and it's obviously going to differ depending on the neurotype. But like there's lots of different strengths involved, and the reason why, I mean, I'm a physicist. There's something called the diversity theorem within like math, which the basic point is like in terms of predictions, it's like the actual mathematical reason behind the wisdom of crowds, where basically if you want to improve predictions, this is actually mathematical, but I'll give you like a layman's example. If you have more diversity in terms of types of thought, then you actually improve the predictive power of your algorithm. So bringing that back into the real world, that means that if you have more different types of thought or different types of thinking, then that will improve like the power and innovation of the company. And there's nothing more in terms of that you can get than actually having different types of brains. So that's like the main thing between neurodiversity and its importance in the workplace. Basically, different brains can bring different types of thinking. So.
Well said. Love that. Carrie, would you like to go next?
Sure. I would like to add that we definitely see a greater retention in our divergent community. In general, I think in our teams, we really don't have a lot of turnover, and that we see a great work ethic in our individuals that are neurodivergent, and a great deal of collaboration, of empathy. And I think a lot of that has to do with creating an environment and a space that is conducive to work style that works best for everyone. We practice universal design, so we're not saying one group has to have a specific kind of training or a different situation. That working remotely has been a blessing for everyone, and we also see that the ability to focus on tasks, to have pattern recognition, to think in a technical way is definitely something that many of our team members excel at. And so finding those strengths and playing to those strengths, making sure that they're at the right seat at the table, working with the clients that are the best fit for their work style and for their talents, and then cultivating those talents. We have team members that really have embraced learning and development and just lifelong professional development learning, which you kind of have to in technology because the only thing constant is change. And so, embracing that spirit of lifelong learning, and really even through recruitment, we don't see that we're trying to just pigeonhole one degree program or even having to have a college degree at all. That I value very much somebody that says, I'm going to figure it out and go embrace learning on my own initiative. So we definitely see that kind of spirit of figure it out, problem solve, and enjoy the research process. So that's a little bit about, hopefully answering your question.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I love that. The only thing constant is change, right? And going back to Bill's point around needing all types of minds, right? I mean, that rings true so beautifully as we think about, changing and having to adapt very quickly.
Yes. I'm the first to say I am not the techie person, so I really appreciate having those that know more than I do to turn to. I think, having that wealth of information and knowledge base is just huge when we can all come from different perspectives to create even better products for our clients.
Absolutely. Yeah. Problem solving in general, technical, of course, and even non-technical, just, approaching problems differently.
Absolutely.
Caroline, would you like to add?
Well, I think the data that Bill and Carrie are talking about, it's presented. A couple of years ago, Harvard Business Review did a really good study on the benefits that companies have when they have programs that support autistic team members. And I like to share that report when I'm working with employers to try to start up a program, at least through an internship program, to help them understand in that business language the bottom line value of doing programs like this. So I think, it is just shown in the data that retention, creativity, attention to detail, picking up mistakes. We've got a lot of LiNC-IT interns that have worked with big companies that are finding errors either in written documents, code, or in their processes that have not presented themselves until somebody with this different way of looking at things looked at it. So I think the value is certainly substantial in there.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is a great report for those that haven't seen it. We'll make sure we send that out in the follow-up. We'll make sure Wes sends that report out. It's definitely a great resource. And yesterday we talked a lot about hiring, right? We met with our students and our recent graduates, and we talked a lot about how we go about recruiting and hiring. So I'd love to hear about what each of your organizations have done to help combat the challenges that neurodivergent individuals face in the workplace. So I know Bill, IBM has done a lot of work in the neurodivergent hiring program. So I'd love if you kick us off, can share a little bit about that. And then same thing, Carrie, about your programs as well as Ultranauts. And then Caroline, I'm going to circle back to you, and I want you to share a little bit more about LiNC-IT as well and how LiNC-IT is working with employers.
Okay, so I'll just phrase this because I always talk about what I know and don't know. Like, I'm not fully expert in the context as like I'm not within HR doing all the HR things and stuff like that. And I wasn't involved in the hiring program because myself, I just came in through the mainstream process. However, what I do know is that IBM had different from other companies in the fact that our neurodiversity, but when we had the neurodiversity hiring for specific people, we did it on a global scale. So more than just like the United States. We've done it in the United Kingdom, we've done it in Australia, done it more in many other areas, and it's often different by region. I know in general, there's lots of different regional challenges. That's actually really an interesting concept. I don't think is fully touched on yet. Love to cover that more, but basically we have different levels in terms of being able to get a business case and things like that. And I forgot that one of our guys had this really good video about what you need to do in terms of building a business case for this stuff that you need to do internally in order to get this stuff. But I know we're working with specialist intern, for example, for this stuff, but that's not the long-term goal. Because I know we have this in terms of these specialized autistic hires, things like that. What we ultimately want is to improve the mainstream process so that it is neurodivergent friendly, and so that we can improve the accessibility from that angle. So that's obviously going to be changing businesses on companies the scales of IBM are tough and things like that. But it is something that I know that we're working on. And Diane Delaney was the neurodiversity of IBM program manager. She's now the people with diverse abilities, basically disability and neurodiversity BRG. Not the BRG leader, just the overall lead, basically. And so she would have worked on that internal transformation. I know, for example, there was and it's actually cool in terms of what we're doing, because I often bring stuff up to Diane. I'm not sure if you guys have heard the documentary Persona on Netflix. It was talked about the biases of personality tests and things like that. And we actually there were autistic advocates involved in that program in terms of discrimination of personality tests and all these interviewing stuff. So there's AI ethics perspective, especially for those AI stuff, which we're not using, by the way. They asked if it's like your facial expressions and tries to predict you're a good fit or something, which is incredibly biased and got to be illegal, frankly, especially in terms of disability discrimination. And so, like when I brought it up to Diane, we linked together to the talent science team. Basically, we have like a team of like social psychologists who are working on like the screening process and things like that. And we actually got them from like, no, we're not using this and things like that, and like started to develop a relationship for like, okay, what can we do in general to make the screening process for our mainstream process for like our new hires, things like that, more neurodivergent friendly. So that's something that's in progress, for example. So Ultranauts, I know that you guys are doing like some awesome stuff that I personally love to learn and connect as well. So we can definitely talk offline later, because I just really want to learn. So I only saw the articles and things like that. I'm not like an HR myself, but I just want to say I'd love to learn from you personally. Like I know the others involved, like Diane and stuff like that have, but I just want to learn so I can figure out what I can do to help push things. So yeah, that helps.
That's awesome. No,
So,
you're doing some incredible things at IBM, and so yes, that was super value add. So thank you for that, Bill. So Carrie, we'll flip it to you.
Sure. Thank you so much. And I enjoyed, Bill, your contribution and hearing about what IBM is doing for sure. So I am going to add to chat one of our current job descriptions that we're hiring for, and we will be at the career fair this afternoon, just a little shameless plug. But you'll see when you click on our job description that one of the first things you'll see fairly early on is neurodivergent candidates strongly encouraged to apply. That is on every single job description that we have available. It's not just the entry level, it's every level of our organization. We're going to make that statement bold and clear. The other thing you'll find is, besides just a traditional job description, which I think there's a lot to be said for writing a good job description, and not every company does that. At the bottom of our job description, you'll see a link to our recruitment overview. That document will give you an idea of exactly what to expect through our process. So I think it takes away some of the anxiety about what is this going to look like? What are the next steps? How quickly will I hear from someone? You know, just all the things that go in your head and are just challenges through the recruitment process. It takes away a little bit of that anxiety, hopefully. And our process was designed by Marcelle Champy, who is our diversity, equity, and inclusion ambassador, and she herself is autistic. My other team member that also does interviews with me and is helping out this afternoon in our chats with people, Heather, she is autistic. So we really infuse that into our design, as making sure that that we have either autistic individuals or individuals that have worked with neurodivergent candidates and team members, and that they're all trained on the legal stuff, as well as just how to make sure that the whole process is a little bit more comfortable. And that starts out by, when we're looking at a resume or application, I always tell people, don't just put the paid work experiences or just the college degree. We really value all of your experience, and even the things that are self-taught, volunteering, you know, side projects, whatever might be relevant. There's no one size fits all. It can even be a non-traditional resume. I've had people even just share a video of themselves talking about their experiences. So whatever your comfort level is. The other part is, we definitely offer accommodations through our process. If it means taking a little bit more time on a challenge, or I've done entire interviews over the chat box, and we usually will default to phone interview, but if someone requests to do visual or not visual or chat, whatever works best, we want a comfort level of whatever's going to work best for that candidate. They can have somebody sit in with them, if it's a career advisor or a support person, just present, as long as they're not feeding them answers, just to have that moral support in the room. So we've certainly done that, where there's been a support person present. And then we try to blend not just interviewing, because we know that there is a level of subjectivity, even though we try to be objective as possible. But we also have skill challenges. So you have a chance to really show what you can do. So for example, the quality engineer role that I put in the chat, we're gonna have a blend of a coding challenge, where you're actually writing code, and it's graded by one of our engineers, not by me, because you don't want me trying to interpret that. and then there's an interview with our recruitment team, their team member, either myself or Heather, and then an automation challenge where you're writing automation test scripts, and then also a second interview with someone who can speak the technical language better than I can, and really get to the heart of that. But we definitely will ask follow-up questions. There's times, because I was a career advisor for 10 years at colleges and universities before switching sides of the table to be a recruiter, if somebody's not the right fit, I'm going to do a little career coaching with them at the end of the interview sometimes, just to talk about what might be a better fit for them. We also will share resources afterward if they're not a fit for us, to make sure that they have some different tools in their job search. And then something we're developing right now is called the Ultranauts Academy, that we're hoping to launch early next year for more entry-level folks to really be able to figure out, is this the right field for them, and do kind of a mini boot camp of sorts to learn some of the skills necessary to either pursue a data quality analyst kind of a role or a quality engineer type of path. And it's not a guarantee of a job, but it's a way for us to provide a service to those that are looking at those kind of pathways, but maybe don't have the experience yet. And that is a resume builder that then they can take with them wherever their next step might be.
That's amazing. It sounds like such a great program. Will those opportunities also be remote? I know you mentioned you have a lot of remote workers.
Yeah, we're fully remote. Even our CEO is working from home. He actually just moved to Tampa. And so, yeah, we've been teasing that, it would be okay if we wanted to have something down in Florida for everybody to get together, but hasn't quite happened yet. So yeah, it's just, that's been our model from the beginning, and it will continue to be.
That's fantastic. Well, all of the job seekers on the line, or those that may or may not be seeking jobs in the future, definitely follow Ultranauts, because that sounds like a really cool program and something to be aware of once that becomes available. Thank you. Caroline, why don't you talk to us a little bit about LiNC-IT and how you work with organizations on the placement of individuals?
Yeah, thanks, Danielle. So as I mentioned before, I work in the office of the governor, and LiNC-IT is a statewide program that leverages vocational rehabilitation support. And that's a federal program that goes through states that is used to support individuals who have disabilities be successful in the workforce. To my knowledge, I think we're the only state that has a program like this, where we're leveraging public funding to support job seekers and their managers. So I think that is very different. The other thing I'd like everybody, at least all the North Carolinians, to know is that UNC-IT and the Autism Society have been working with families and individuals with autism since the early 60s. So back when the rest of the world was, like Judy said yesterday, when it was like a mom's fault, or these were some incredibly dangerous and damaging way that people thought about people who were different. North Carolina actually was leading this way. So it makes sense that we're leading this from the state now as well. But what we do with LiNC-IT is, when we get an employer who's interested in participating, and we do an internship for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's a good way for employers. A lot of them, like SAS, have a summer internship program, right? And so this can fit in an existing program. Fidelity does the same thing, and Biogen. So, or for other employers like a Credit Suisse who have apprenticeship programs, it also can fit in some of theirs. So these are the training programs that exist. And what we do first is we talk to the employers and ask them to give us job descriptions of open positions or of their internship programs. Then we work with our service providers, UNC-IT and the Autism Society, and they work with the managers to basically, as Carrie said, they're rewriting that thing. Because especially the state hires, is really interested in hiring more and more LiNC-IT interns. And, a North Carolina government job description is like 12 pages. and just cut through. It's like, what are the 5 things that somebody really needs to be able to do? And so that job description is modified. And then the service providers actually start doing the match even before. So looking through people who have the skills and the way they work, and trying to figure out who would be a good match, and then bring 3 candidates or so to the employer to do the interview. During that interview, the job coaches can be there. We've had some interns that didn't feel real comfortable with a verbal interview, so they did texts. We're able to accommodate in a lot of ways. The service providers do a great job in ensuring to make that interview experience successful. And as Carrie said, there's a lot of the technical jobs. There's a lot of that job challenge. And Danielle and her team are fantastic at figuring out ways to modify that. I'll also just say a lot of employers are doing these same things now for neurotypicals, because people realize it might be a little ridiculous to ask someone what kind of tree they are, or what is their best or worst. I mean, some of these things that we ask in HR don't make any sense from what you need to be doing for the job. So it's disrupted in a good way, I think, some HR. Then the employer hires the intern. And then again, this vocational rehab funding supports the service providers to help both the intern and the manager to make sure that this internship is a success. It is an incredibly successful program. We have a 97% success rate of interns getting full-time jobs. So it's incredibly successful. I would like to, anybody who's interested in an internship, go to LiNC-IT.org. Morgan, can you put that in the chat, or I'll do it in a second. So interns can apply through this site. And if you're an employer interested in doing an internship and getting our help, you can reach out to me directly or through the website. But I think, it is starting at the very beginning, setting both the manager and intern up for success. The last thing I'll say is, Voc Rehab funding supports those 2 individuals, right? The intern and the manager. What we really need to do is change the culture of an organization. So Teach has been working, I think you're in this, Danielle, with a lot of us to develop an HR training manual, a module like that we all have to take with cybersecurity and all of the different things that we take in our HR training on supporting team members who have autism. And that should be out in, I think, 8 to 12 weeks. So that will be available for employers to have all of their team members trained, which I think is going to be beneficial to everybody.
Wow, yeah, that's amazing, and we are very excited for the Teach training to come out. They've done a beautiful job, and for those job seekers on the line, once again, follow Ultranauts, follow IBM, and also check out LiNC-IT, because 97% success rate sounds pretty good to me. So definitely be sure to check that out. I want to kind of shift gears a little bit. And actually, before I do, I want to just remind folks that if you have a question that you want to ask the panelists, please do put it in the Q&A. It'll be easier for us to spot it if you drop it there. But keep up with the chat in the bot. Feel free to chat as we go. The conversation is fantastic. So I do want to switch gears a little bit and talk about retention. Right now, we are experiencing what is called the Great Resignation. And about 1 in 4 people are actually leaving their current roles and going to work for other companies, seeking employment elsewhere. So it kind of begs the question, well, what are we doing to retain our employees? So I'd love to hear, Bill, you talked a lot about the wonderful things that IBM is doing and kind of cultivating a community among neurodivergent individuals, and the incredible work that the neurodivergent community is doing to better IBM. So I'd love for you to kick us off, if that's okay, Bill, and talk a little bit about kind of the culture and the community at IBM and how that is helping with retention.
Okay. This is actually fun because I literally, as a data scientist, did research on attrition. But regarding this, in terms of this, a lot of it is basically psychological safety and being your authentic self at work. So that is true in general, but when it comes to like neurodivergent people, that is like novel in the employer context. When I first came to IBM, I felt confident because I did like a scientific outreach program in grad school. I found an autism and IBM program, and I realized I was confident enough to say, hey, I got my PhD in physics. I did the scientific outreach program. I'm a data scientist. I was enough to comfortable enough to be out there because of the fact I knew I was proud of myself, consider my previous thing like that. Right then and there, I had a mentor. I had a distinguished engineer out of the blue, like message me saying, I want to mentor you, things like that. Turns out we had like a bunch of connections. Like she has an autistic son herself, I found later, is neurodivergent herself, and honestly, she's been like wonderful for me. So having really strong mentorships is really important there. But in the context of what we did later on, like the group that what was then the Autism and IBM channel was, I think you see this typical in other companies. Like these types of channels tend to be caretaker led, and any actual autistics or neurodivergent people in general tend to be pretty quiet. It doesn't feel safe for us to be comfortable in terms like this. So what we did is me and somebody named Megan, who was a recent new hire, autistic herself, created a private channel called like Actually Autistics, named after like the Twitter Actually Autistic tag. And it was meant to be a private channel. And so there was some politics behind it, like can you do a private thing or whatever and things like that. But we figured out, okay, let's make it a task force basically. And so we managed to get people who identified as autistic. And basically we got to the point where we could say, if you identify as autistic, like we've been, and within our BRG, what became the Neurodiversity IBM BRG, if you identify as autistic, contact me, Bill Dush, and you can be out of the channel. Did not require a diagnosis or anything. I actually got that from you, Danielle. Remember when you talked about the whole thing? If you identify as autistic, apply here. I got that from you in terms of like handling that. So not only just diagnosed autistics, but people who are in the process, they think they're autistic and want to understand. So it's been, and eventually, we had a larger actually neurodivergent channel. So like we have like around, I know it's a big company, 350,000 people, but considering the context of what I've seen in other things that we're in terms of like openly out who are comfortable about it. In this private channel, we have like around 80, roughly 80, sometimes fluctuates and things like that for various reasons, people who identify as autistic. And the larger one, actually, let me just quickly check. I just wanted to see the right numbers right now. We have 235 people.
Wow.
Who identify as neurodivergent. And by the way, this is more than just tech people. I can literally just see right there. We have designers. We have a distinguished designer. We have people in HR, we have people in marketing, we have people in consulting and GBS. So we see lots of topics. It's more than just the typical, here is a tester or a product, things like that, even just like through here. And we've actually managed to cultivate identity in a safe space where people can do things like rant about the managers or having any difficult problems or people. And it's been a really strong engagement for us for our BRG because we got like a lot of volunteers for things like our presentation squads and things like that. But large story short, the most important thing is that by creating this community, realize I have this here and I did not have this anywhere else. I had people who had previously worked at IBM and are now part of, but rejoined IBM, but and are like neurodivergent themselves because of this community we have and things like this, because of the safe space. They feel far more comfortable now and simply just being able to stay here. Like, if I leave things like this, I'm not going to get that here. I'm not going to have that safety. Like for me personally, outside of things like compensation or whatever, I mean, leading this community has been like this such a strong force for me, and being able to see the change I had like slowly over time actually like have an impact on things, and just seeing larger amounts of people getting more impact. We had like an anti-bullying I'm actually tearing up here because it's actually relevant for me. We had like an anti-bullying training, and so it's one we've been typically doing. But they actually had an example of like what to deal with if someone says something offensive about something autistic. Like, you know, literally the same type of stuff we care about all the time, anytime particularly ableist stuff or using the wrong language and things like that. And it talked about in the context of like, is it okay to say like it's what you said, what is wrong, whether it was appropriate or not? And like it literally talked about like in terms of justification, that is important to be able to do in terms of like it's okay. Like we actually have this in little training basically based off of I'm not sure how it happened. I kind of feel probably just because I've been outspoken about it or something, but like it's clearly just gotten to the point like we're getting this in official HR training where we can actually kind of call out people like officially just so that we can admit that if there's harm and things like this. Because like, and the larger thing, like IBM has been really good in the United space in general. That's honestly we have like that's a kind of a real critical part of a culture. I just see this like day in and day out. We have this whole B equals thing on the shirt. This is actually like a neurodiversity IBM shirt. Like the gold because we autistic gold. I mean, if you're those familiar that we don't tend to prefer blue, we prefer gold. The blue because of like the whole masculine thing and the relation to two things like autism speaks and things like that. So we chose like we have actually had made our own internal logo. This is like a secondary logo. There's like market reasons why we couldn't do the internal one versus the external one. The various business stuff, things like that. But like at least having this was actually shown like, yeah, this is actually like neurodiversity in general. Like this is actually our symbol, which we built from the ground up and things like that. And it's just something I'm just incredibly proud of.
That's amazing. And Bill, you mentioned, tearing up. I mean, clearly, that's everything you're talking about is exactly answers that question around retention. Like this is so meaningful for you that it makes you being an IBM employee, it makes you even more proud to be an IBM employee and all the wonderful work. I know you have been a major driving force, and Diane, is commenting in the chat. I don't know if you see that. But I mean, you've just done an incredible job and creating that culture. I mean, over 200 people joining that group that didn't exist before. I mean, that is making me tear up too. But thank you for sharing that, because that's exactly what all employers should strive for is, to create these safe spaces where people can be authentic. Because that right there is key to retention.
Yeah, and like it's more because like we can do things like vetting education or any material, things like that. I mean, I'm sure you guys know, like if you go on Twitter, if you say something wrong, use the wrong language and things like that, you're gonna get a bunch of autistics bugging you, things like that. And like, I know this from personal experience. I was on Twitter. I'm not on Twitter anymore. Basically, it's just awful. But I came here like on this thing. I met Wes and Magnus through Twitter and things. I know this culture very well. It's not even, I mean, cancel culture or not, there's a whole reason in terms of like why we do this, in terms of why these things are harmful, things like that. But the point is, if you have like, not just autistics, or just neurodivergents in general, it's like we have like a glossary internally, and we had one for OCD, and it was actually offensive. Like I was autistic, like I would never in a million years do something offensive, things like that. But someone who's OCD pointed it out, like once we actually had they're actually neurodivergent, and spread it like, hey, this is offensive, we need to change it. And I was like, holy shit, yeah, that's exactly the reason why we need I can't believe I said that, sorry. Neurodivergent people in general, more than, and having this identity. And it actually really helps, I know this, because it's making more people comfortable in larger contexts, because I'm not sure the full percentage of what is neurodivergent. There's different statistics, whether majority or whatever, like in the sense of not neurotypical or what considers not. There's a whole thing about that. But the fact that we've actually got something and use some, I just repeated myself. Yeah. Hopefully it's good. And it's like, it's the next step. It would need to be done because we're very valuable in terms of vetting any types of internal or external communication or education, which absolutely needs to be done. Make that clear to all employees. You need to do that. I saw Google do it, a really bad one, saying they were doing like an education initiative working with Stanford Neurodiversity, and they called in that post like autism patients. And they also have an initiative with Autism Speaks. It's kind of like a eugenics program. And like, I literally just post like, hey, you can't do this. And like, I know they changed it. There's probably reasons why behind the scenes. I don't know exactly. But the point is like, if you see autistics and see this stuff and realize, hey, it's at the very least, it's clear that you're not listening to the people in the company. Because like Google, I mean, you guys know, at least in terms of like the Silicon Valley thing, even just from before, that there were autistic employees at Google quite a while back. And I just think like in terms like that, it's inexcusable for a company to have employees already and not be listening to them if they're trying to do education on that. You need, it's not just a top-down thing, you need a bottom-up. You absolutely need that. And that really needs to be important as a cultural transformation. So
that's such a great point, Bill. And in my space, well, my area, not my space, but in my area, in DEI, I mean, that's like diversity, equity, and inclusion 101, right? Is you have to have the people in which you're trying to serve be a part of the work. or else it, like you said, it loses all authenticity. And you're so right. We got to have actually autistic people a part of the work in order for it to be successful. So thank you. Carrie, do you want to weigh in a little bit about Ultranauts and what you all are doing to engage your neurodivergent employees and how it's led to retention?
Absolutely. And this is one thing where I can say COVID has and the pandemic have been really a good thing in some ways. We were already remote, but the way the company has responded to what's going on in the world has just been amazing. So one of the things we added, and it wasn't really because of COVID, it was just kind of happened to be in the right timing, was we added a benefit of being able to speak with a neurodivergent life or job coach for all team members, not just one person. Again, the universal design. So we contracted with David Hall from NeuroGuide. Some of you may know David. And so he will offer confidential one-on-one life and job coaching for any team member. Unlimited sessions with him are available that the company pays for. And so that has been amazing. And then because of the pandemic, he started leading what we call team forums. So every other week, we have an hour of paid time where he leads a conversation that is almost like group therapy, where we talk about what's going on in this crazy world and how we're all dealing with it, and just kind of coming together and realizing our shared experience and different troubleshooting of ways we're really coping. And so we feel less alone that way, even though we're all working from home. And then we also have once a month our community gatherings, which were started by Marcel Champy again, but we've continued that. And the first half is paid time, where we talk about what's going on in the company, suggestions we have, and then as a group, we can bring our suggestions and our feedback to our leadership who really want to hear from us. And then the second half is fun half, where we do trivia or games of some sort to really connect on a fun level. You know, if a company can't tell you how do your employees have fun together, and that they're stumped by that and it's all business, that's kind of a red flag to me. You have to have balance. The other thing that our company did was realizing mental health challenges are a big part of not just our company, but I think nationwide, everybody's feeling worldwide, really. So we doubled our sick and PTO time. So now everyone gets 2 weeks instead of 1 week of sick PTO time. So really there's a spirit of encouraging team members to take the time when you need it. Don't just push through if you're getting to that point that it's just not going to be functional for you to do a good job at work. So we really encourage our people to take that time off, take their vacation time, take that sick PTO time when you need it. And just the flexibility of working the hours that work for you. To an extent, there's times where you have to be there for the client when their work hours are. But we have people that, if it's time when you're just working independently, there's team members that are working in the middle of the night. I'm personally a morning person, so I'm up early. And so everybody's kind of finding their best productivity time. And then also finding your best learning style and tailoring what that looks like as far as learning and training development for you. And then a separate aside that really isn't neurodiversity, but it was pretty cool, was when the fires were going on in California and we have West Coast team members, the company said, we're sending you air filters to make sure you can breathe while you're working. So it's that level of care and concern about our people that I really appreciate. We also, even though we aren't technically a startup anymore, we still function very much that way, and that our monthly meetings, the books are opened. There's a lot of transparency from our leadership about these are the clients that are coming in. This is where our financial stability is. I think some of the exit of people from the workforce is that sense of, I don't know if this company is going to be around or what the income stability is going to be. So our company has really been very transparent about that and saying we're in good shape. This is what we're doing as a company to respond to challenges and just have that reassurance that everything's going to work out and that we're going to take care of our people. So I think that's a big thing, that communication. And then we do use Slack. Like Bill mentioned, we have the channels for different affiliation groups to feel connected. We have had an ERG group in the past. I think that's starting back up again. It kind of goes ebbs and flows depending on the people that have time to devote to it, really. And then at least once, maybe twice a year, we'll have parties where we get together via Zoom and play games and have talent showcases. We have such amazing talent on our team where people are sharing their poetry or art or music. So just being able to get to know each other on that level is a lot of fun, and then get Amazon gift cards for things too. And then we'll have a contest channel in Slack as well, where each month we come up with, share your favorite thing about fall, or share a picture of something that is meaningful to you. And then we'll do a random drawing for gift cards. So, just ways of engaging and getting to know each other outside of just the day-to-day work stuff is, I think, a valuable thing for everybody.
Yeah, you first off, I so love that you said you sent air filters to the people on the West Coast. I mean, that is so incredibly thoughtful and extremely caring. And I think you're right. It's really providing that space of love and care, and trust and transparency is the ticket, right, for all employee engagement. Sounds like you all really are focusing on that at the core, and that kind of spreads throughout to everything that you're doing. And so that's very inspiring. Caroline, do you want to weigh in on this? Maybe what you've heard with some of the organizations, or what you've seen, and some of the folks that you've worked with in their experiences around retention.
And I think it is, again, this is just such a fantastic space to hear from people all over the country and a lot of different companies. I will say, I think there was something in the chat that somebody mentioned, parents and the professionals at the job. I think it's great for companies to have affinity groups. I think it's a good idea to have a parent affinity group that might be different than the team member group. I am a parent of a college student who is autistic. And I think from a parent, we've spent a lot of time advocating for our children. And sometimes it was difficult. And like with all parents, sometimes it's hard to let go. And I'm really excited about the way the way Wes has set up this session, that the parents have some sessions and students and employers have sessions, because I think it's hard for parents sometimes to let go of that. I need to protect my child, when we need to, support them, give them wings and let them fly. So I think that's a good model for employers to take. You certainly want to support your team members who are parents of neurodivergent children, but that might not be the same place where you want to support your team members. I just think that is something that's sort of becoming more and more apparent to me. Part of it is because my kid's growing older too.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. That's such a great point though, Caroline. Making sure that, everyone's voice is heard, and, everybody feels supported, but also making sure that, one space is not kind of being hijacked, that there's an opportunity for everyone to get the support they need and to have that sense of community is very important. We did have one question in the chat that I wanted to put out there in case any of the panelists want to weigh in on the question. And the question is, are there positions for me that are ASD and neurodivergent friendly at the higher education level? So I'm thinking this question is related to the folks we have here on the panel are obviously Caroline with the government, and Bill and Carrie with corporations. Does anybody want to weigh in on within academia? Do you want to weigh in on that, Caroline?
I don't know within academia, but we've got some at the Department of Public Instruction and the Department of Commerce that are, one of them is very research focused, and those might work. So I think whoever that is, they can either reach out to me or go through the LiNC-IT site.
Yeah, and I would say, I mean, I would hope, right, that all positions are inclusive of neurodivergent individuals, and at all employers, including academia, government. But the folks here on the panel, I don't know, Bill or Carrie, if you want to weigh in on that, I'll pause.
Sure. I mean, obviously, you are a corporation, not academia. I mean, so it's not going to be the same thing as. I mean, I think I know the person who's talking exactly. I'm probably looking for. I mean, the context of us, since like we're not academia, but we do offer educational positions. I mean, but it's really a matter of like what you're looking for than higher education. I mean, we have something like analogous things. Like if you want to do like say career coaching and things like that. We have coaching positions. I know that we have like a whole like blue core coaching training and things like that. When it comes to like actually education, IBM is really big on teaching to employees. Like we have a whole like Think 40 thing. Everyone has to take like 40 hours of training. And so we have people involved who like develop the trainings. And more than that, like we also have like lots of other education, like technical education too, both business and technical. We have like whole data science training, things like that. And so there's people involved who like develop those trainings. And so yeah, there's like things like, you know, like mentorship programs, coaching, and like educational development within IBM, if that makes sense. And like, of course, it's going to be, I mean, the point is like our goal, again, as I mentioned, all the neurodivergent people is like across, not just all the tech people, things like, so anything should ideally be done. And like, if there's any problem with it, things like that, that's the whole point of the channel, where basically, if we see something we haven't seen before, we can quickly get in onto it and certain there's like a problem, things like that. So yeah, hopefully that explains from my perspective.
And I personally can speak to this a little bit because I worked in colleges and universities for more than 10 years before switching over to the employer recruiting side. My master's is in higher ed administration, and I thought I wanted to be a dean of students, and worked both in academic advising and career advising, and loved it. The reason I left was really more to put my own family first and have the flexibility that remote work offers. But I can honestly say that I feel like the university environment is actually more inclusive and welcoming because there's a greater sense of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I think there was before it became the trend and the buzzword. You know, I think that universities have been better at serving their own communities and being more open than corporations, to be honest. I think the big thing is finding where you fit within the university community, you know, researching and doing some, I think I mentioned in the chat yesterday a little bit, informational interviews are my favorite thing because it's a chance to talk with people who are doing what you think you might want to do, find out how they got where they're going, even looking up people on LinkedIn that may have the job title that you think you want to attain, and see what was the journey they took to get there, because you're not probably going to get that perfect fit right away. So figuring out what path you might take to get there, and it's going to look a little different for everybody's journey, and that's okay. And your career center can definitely help you, I think, with navigating that. But having those conversations, most people who love what they do will love talking about it. And so asking for a little bit of their time to say, what would you recommend for someone interested in doing what you do? And then share your resume with them. Say, do you have any pointers for me if I were to pursue this field? And they might have some ideas for you, or they may even say, I want to share your resume with somebody because there's a position that I think you might be a good fit for. You know, that's part of networking. And I know it's awkward to have those conversations and to take that first step to ask for the meeting. But again, I think people who love what they do, and especially in a university environment, would welcome the chance to talk to a new professional that is looking at their options.
Thank you for that. And Carrie, that's interesting. I didn't realize your background was in academia. Very, very cool. That was super helpful to add. And I hope the individual who asked that question took some good notes there. And Carrie, while we have you, there was a question that came in that I would love for you to address at large, specific to, and I know you answered it in the chat, but specific to will the academy that that Ultranauts will be launching here in the future, is it only for STEM or is it open to other areas?
It's open to other areas as long as you're interested in pursuing a career in data analytics or quality assurance engineering. So the path is still going to be getting you to a technical kind of position, but it's less about your background and more about the destination you want in your career and a willingness to learn that kind of skill set and explore those opportunities. And I shared my email in that question as well, but we do have a survey that we're collecting information from individuals that are interested, so that once we're ready to actually launch that program, we can contact those that have expressed interest. And we're also gathering information from participants saying, you know, tell us about what you would like to see that look like, because we're just in the development stages still, putting together the curriculum and what it will look like. So we really want the input from those that might be participants in the future. So I'll put my email in the chat as well, but you can certainly follow up with me, and we'd love for you to complete the survey if that's something of interest to you.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. That sounds, again, like a great program to help build the skills needed to get the job, because that's always the hard part, right? Is how do I get hired if I don't have the skills? I'm sure I'm capable, but I don't have the skills. So that sounds great. Thank you for reiterating that. I'm sure there's a lot of interest.
I truly believe in internships. Unfortunately, we don't have any with Ultranauts because of how our client projects work. It doesn't lend itself. But I think this is as close as we're probably going to get, is this academy. So I would still say pursue those kind of internship opportunities whenever you can, and also get out and volunteer. Find organizations, nonprofits in your community that might need the skill set that you want to perfect, and offer that service, because those are all things that will help build your resume and make new connections for you.
Wonderful. Thank you. And we just got several more questions in the chat, so I'll just kind of go through them. I want to make sure that the folks that are asking questions, the panelists have a chance to answer them. So if you have questions, please do put them in the Q&A. There's a great question here, and Bill, I'm going to direct this at you if that's okay. So for those of us who are in the workforce already, how did you know when it was time to move on to a new role, either within the company or switch companies in order to continue kind of your career progression?
Okay, sure. I think about this a lot, not specifically in terms of me, but like in general, I think I know the process at this point. Okay, I mean, first of all, where are you now, basically? And you need to think about in terms of like, how is your role? I mean, if it's a matter of like just switching, there's a matter of like, how's it impacting your mental health? Things like in terms of things that work like that. What are your priorities in terms of there? Like I honestly personally need flow for my thing. So if I'm getting bored or things like that, I might start thinking what's up in terms of possibly doing to switch or whatever. And so there's aspects such as that in terms like there's also a matter like where you want to grow. Yeah, actually Magnus would be great to weigh on this as well. It'd be perfect because I'm just relatively new to speaking and things like that. I mean, I know where I want my career to thing like that, but like I mean, I got a promotion recently, so I'm happy about that. But I remember I was feeling like unsatisfied for not getting that. But I understand from the larger context of things like that in terms of handling that. So yeah, but like in terms of so it's a matter of like figuring out like where your path lays and things like that. And also I'm sorry, I wish I could explain this better. But it's, and also in the well, also even like there's different things such as I was actually taught within like the company that a good thing to do, even if you're not like, actively looking, is you could still interview just to find like what your market rate is, if that makes sense. And so that actually can help in terms of like retention, because like you can typically get like a retention bonus for like staying after you actually get an offer, even if you're not seriously thinking about leaving, things like that. And from what at least I've known, it's typically tends to be actively promoted within HR, at least within my company and things like that. If you're like otherwise not satisfied by raises and things like that. So yeah.
I would always have your resume updated and be ready, because you never know when an opportunity is going to present itself. On a very basic level, I would say if you dread going to work every day, then you probably need to think about, is this the right fit for you? And give your current employer and supervisor a chance before you just immediately think, oh, I've got to leave. Because it may be that there's a better place for you within the organization, and that somebody can help you find the right seat on the bus, so to speak. And it may or may not be the right place for you long term, but explore those options within where you're at, not just other places. And there may be a place where you're like, I think I've reached a ceiling, or if you're being pushed into management and you don't want to manage, then you shouldn't feel like you have to move to a management role if that's not the skill set that you have or want.
One more thing. I actually can talk about something from personal experience. I was part of a previous business unit of IBM, which there were various reasons, cultural reasons, because like IBM's a big thing why I didn't like it. It's the one becoming Kyndryl, so it's not gonna be part of IBM anymore. But in terms of like this, I just basically disliked this aspect of the culture, things like that, and honestly thought that there were better parts of IBM I wanted to join. And also, I did not feel like I was being stimulated. I didn't think my work was having a great impact. So like, I definitely wanted to leave. I did not want to leave IBM because of like all the effect I've had on the neurodiversity. I honestly, I was the BRG head back then, things like, but I was like, we had like a showcase like autistic people. So I was like finally like being showcased and things like that, and be able to say like, here's the stuff we have at least internally and things like that. So I wanted to stay, absolutely wanted to stay. Having my mentor here was like absolutely like critical for me in terms of like a safety blanket personally. But I did want to go to a better place. There's lots of other, this was not a growing area of the company. Like a huge company can have growing areas, it can have decreasing areas. So it's always important to check the financials of the company that you're in the different business units to figure out, is this growing, is this decreasing? And remember, like revenue in this case is going to impact how are they hiring, or they're going to be layoffs and things like that. And that can very fluctuate depending on there. So being able to predict that is important. I know this one had a historical one of a bunch of layoffs. And I knew that pretty well. I actually predicted I was going to be laid off, but that was actually turned to be a good thing. Because like, first of all, I was looking for a job anyways, and like there was like a transfer freeze, if that makes sense. Sometimes companies do that. I think, I'm not sure the exact reason why. I know there's like the financial reasons behind it, but at that point I wanted to switch anyway. So technically got laid off, but because of my internal networking thing, I managed to get a job in a far better area within the company within a week. And I was actually just really impressed, specifically just because of all my networking abilities that I had. So, and like here, I know I'm far happier. My team is like, I'm fully authentic. They're fully promote like the neurodiversity stuff. Actually, most of my team is neurodivergent. Like they've all admitted to me. Like my own manager has told me he's ADHD, for example. And so it's actually fun where like one of my team members can say, "Hey, I forgot my meds today," and all of us kind of laugh because we can all relate this morning. So honestly, I mean, my group has just been so good in terms of, because the specific group I'm in, we literally are the ones who like, I'm like in a user research group. I'm data scientists with them, but we care about the employee experience. That's literally what we research. And that includes things like engagement. So we actually talk and walk the walk and talk the talk, because we're literally the ones researching it. So I can definitely tell my team like really cares in terms like that. And so it's been such a better fit. And also because like within this group, we have a kind of like really sense of camaraderie, and like I'm fully be able to be my full authentic self. Because I mean, true, I'm not with like a bunch of data scientists, but user research is actually similar. They have a bunch of people in like social science. There's PhD psychologists, and so I could nerd about grad school stuff and things like that. So honestly, it's just been, I know that I'm in a far happier place now, simply just being within the company, because like companies can be very diverse in terms of the people, things like that. Whether you have a good manager or not, that could really depend on where you are. It's huge amount of factors. So you don't necessarily have to think like fully leaving a company just because your manager like sucks and things like that. You can always think like there's got to be a better place in the company, if that makes sense. I'm sure Magnus also recently shifted, so he probably can better from like that perspective and all, and also since he's more senior. So
yeah, thank you, Bill. One thing I just want to drop in here, and then I did ask Magnus Hedemark to also hop on real quickly, so I want to give Magnus just a minute, just kind of share his experience, since Magnus is just such a force in the actually autistic community. I think has a lot of great insight here. But one thing I just want to, sentence I want to leave you with is, I say this a lot, think about, as you're thinking about your career, I usually tell people, I have an HR background, chase either the company, look for companies that you really want to work at. It might not be your dream job, right? But you're after a company that you can grow within, or as you're starting your career out and you're building skills, chase the job that you're looking for, get the experience, right? And then as you have the experience, then you can look for the company. So that's kind of what I usually say is, what's more important to you right now? Is it getting experience, or is it going after a company? Because sometimes something has to give. Sometimes it ends up working out where you get both, right? And that's what we all should aim for. But that's just a little piece of advice that has been helpful for me, but also advice I like to share with job seekers. Magnus, if you don't mind, maybe just like 2-3 minutes before we close out, since we're about to be at the top of the hour, can you just share a little bit about kind of your experience around, knowing when it might be the right time to take that next step in your career?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. And
Quick
for those that
intro.
were,
Quick intro.
yeah. So, hey, I'm Magnus Edemark. I am in Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm Senior Director, Hybrid Cloud Engineering at Gap Inc. Yes, Gap, like the clothing company. So if you go to the mall and you see Gap, Old Navy, Athleta, or Banana Republic, this is an Old Navy shirt. I work on the tech side there. So I am openly autistic, and I should say openly neurodivergent, because there's a lot more going on than just autism. And it's really rare to have somebody that's like openly autistic and in a senior leadership role. Like, I've got a team of over 200 people around the world reporting to me. So my career path, it's a little harder to plot because there's not a lot of role models for me, for somebody like me. But what I do, I try to have a sense of where I want my career to go. So like, I know I want to work for a radically inclusive company that's unwinding systemic oppression. If you see me in chat sounding like an activist, yeah, I am a bit of an activist, and I make no apologies for that. I want to work somewhere that makes it easy for autistic people to be successful, for other folks with like other forms of neurodivergence, or people from other marginalized communities. So at the same time, I'm a technologist and I'm a leader. So I don't do that from a DEI perspective. I do that from a technology perspective. So I work really hard to cultivate a professional network around me, and to have mentors who are maybe 1 or 2 steps above where I'm currently at on my career path, that can help me to see the road ahead. And these are people not in my own management chain. So they may work at the same company, but they're a little bit removed. Like, it's not my boss or my boss's boss. It's like somebody that works 2 teams over from my boss, or 2 teams over from my boss's boss. That allows them to focus more on like me and my career development, and not on my job. Like, my job performance is completely removed from the conversation. Well, until recently, I worked at United Health Group, and I had a mentor there who was a senior vice president, and he was telling me, hey, Magnus, you're like right on the cusp of becoming a vice president here. I had a team of about 75 people. I was doing well with it. I had a great reputation as a team builder, as a healer. And he said, sometimes the easiest way to move up in executive leadership roles is to move out first. And then when you come back, like, you've proven that you can be a more senior leader somewhere else, and then you can come back. Well, it just so happens one of the best bosses I ever had is the new CIO at Gap. So I followed her over. And in doing so, I was able to pick up a much larger scope of responsibility. I went from a team of 75 to a team of 200 plus. And it was the right thing to do at the right time. I think it's important to keep in mind, like, have your career path planned out. What are my goals for my career? Have mentors around you who can help you cultivate a path to get from where you are to where you want to be. And if you feel like you're getting stuck in a rut, work with your boss, work with your mentor and your professional network to try to get out of that rut. Like, put some work into it, give it some time. Things don't always happen really fast. But if you're stuck there for like, 6 months, a year, and there's no forward momentum, or worse, like you're seeing backward momentum, then maybe it's time to look around. But always have some irons in the fire. Always have, friends in the right places. Your professional network. Like, I already know Carrie. I know all the leadership team at Ultranauts. Old friend of Bill and Diane at IBM. Like, if I really needed to make a jump, I've got friends I can call and start, exploring opportunities. It's a little harder in leadership. Like, those jobs don't grow on trees. But even as an engineer or an individual contributor, those kinds of skills are really helpful.
Thank you, Magnus. That is some great feedback. Wise piece of advice. So thank you for hopping on real quickly. We only have about 2 minutes, so I kind of want to go through this quickly and give each of the panelists, let's say about 30 seconds. I know that's hard to do, but to, leave with any, I'm sure you had other thoughts prepared. So if there's anything that you want to leave the attendees with, now is your chance. So Caroline, I'll go ahead and start with you.
And Magnus, I'm going to record that and share that with all early career folks that we work with. Yeah, just y'all take what you heard today. If you are early career and are interested in LiNC-IT and an internship, please reach out to us. You can apply through this site. If you're an employer that has become inspired and want to have a more inclusive program in your company, we're happy to have that as well if you're in North Carolina.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the wonderful work you're doing with LiNC-IT. Carrie, why don't you go next?
Okay, well, thank you so much again for having us. This has been a great conversation and definitely enjoyed it. And I would say just really talk to anybody and everybody about being a job seeker, about what you're looking for, and do some self-exploration. I'm a big fan of the What Color is Your Parachute by Bowles. I'm going to show myself as a career services nerd a little bit there. Use your career center. They definitely can help you. And most career centers also offer alumni career assistance. And then I would say, switch the script a little bit. Yes, you may need accommodations, but because employers are used to thinking, oh no, here come the accommodations questions, really talk from a position of strength and let the employer know, I really want to be successful in your organization. Here are some tools that I would really appreciate in order to be able to contribute the best and show up the best for your company, so that way it's less about you and more about what you can offer them. And really, practice playing up your strengths and sharing what you have to offer that employer. Think about your stories. I'm a big advocate of thinking about the STAR method of what was the situation, what tasks or action steps did you take, and then what was the result. So prepare those stories and examples before you go in to talk to an employer, so that that you can really share that. It might be a project that you've worked on. It might be a job where you've collaborated with people or problem solved, just different kind of examples, and your career center can help you with that. So yeah, I definitely put on that career services hat very easily, and I miss it. But yeah, be aware that there are a lot of employers that really truly want to set you up for success, and look for those allies wherever you're at. They are there to be found, and don't be afraid to disclose, but I would say be cautious in who you disclose to, that it is someone who will be friendly about it with you. On the employer side, I would say when you're seeking disclosure, be cautious and respectful of that person. What we ask is, how would you contribute to a cognitively diverse workforce? So, it leads someone down that path. We personally disclose ourselves about being parents or autistic individuals ourselves through the recruitment process to get that level of comfort. But not every company will. And so you kind of have to feel it out, and it's a challenge. So again, talk with your career center, talk with your academic advisors. And I would say, as far as career pathing, your academic career advisors and your faculty can be helpful to you as well, because some of your faculty may have been on the corporation employer side in the past before they became professors, or they may still even work for the corporate world and have ideas for you and companies that they know of that might be a good fit for you. So yeah, use all of your tools, and definitely to meet with as many of us as you can at the career fairs. Even if you don't think we're the right fit right now, we're still happy to talk to you. That's why we're spending our time at places like this.
Yeah, great advice. And just want to kind of emphasize, use your network too. You're building your network here at this conference. So use your network. Feel free to reach out to us. We had a question around, getting contact information. Wes, I know I believe you're on. If you could, when we do the follow-up from the conference, feel free to please include all of our contact information. So add us to your network, add us on LinkedIn, reach out to us, because that is exactly why we are here today. So in the interest of time, Bill, can you close us out, and then we'll take a short break before we go into the awards.
Okay, sure. So my is, I guess, mostly to the employers here, rather than, because this is more than just those who are looking for jobs. Please look internally. It's more than just a matter of starting a new program and just hiring one or two. You have a lot of neurodivergent people already there. You have autistic people already there. Work there and work with them to create your programs, to vet your programs, to transform your company. And speaking as someone in user research, and care about the employee experience. Do user research. Again, from a universal design perspective, because of this task force we have, we can literally just survey a bunch of people we know who identify as neurodivergent for accessibility issues. We matched to make noise to actually change Slack for an accessibility reason. There was a bunch of green, red lights, and we match it change for accessibility. We match to get them within 3 days because of our able and outreach. It was fantastic. We're able to prioritize an issue and get it fixed. So there is a lot of power in having a mass of people who care about this stuff. So, and I really want to implore all employers, all those who already have programs, all those who don't, to please do this, especially if you're a large company where it's going to be a lot of change for a cultural change, things like that. It's really needed, sorely needed. So
thank you, Bill.
That's the message.
Excellent points, Bill.
And Magnus, would you like to share any parting words too, since you joined us?
Yeah, I guess just from my own perspective, don't just think about the early careers. And this is again for the employers. Don't just think about the early career experience. People grow. And I think you're going to find with neurodivergent folks, these big brains grow fast. So don't just think about growing people on the same timeline that your neurotypical workforce grows on. An autistic person might be ready for that next role in 6 months. Be thinking about, what does seniority look like on this career path? Do these people have leadership potential? There are a lot of neurodivergent folks who have skills that make them great leaders. It's hard to think about that when you see somebody who stutters and moves a little strangely and stuff, but it's the outcomes that matter. So, be curious, lean into it, try new things, experiment with audacity, and share what you learned with others.
That is such a beautiful way to close us out. Thank you. Well, with that, I know we went over a little bit. Clearly, we could have a whole nother hour with this panel discussion. This was awesome. I hope everyone enjoyed this panel discussion. Thank you to Carrie, Bill, Caroline, and of course, Magnus for joining this conversation. A round of applause. We are going to take about a 10-minute break and reconvene here. Wes is giving us 10 minutes. So let's come back at around 11:15 to 11:17 at the very latest. And we are going to go into our Excellence Awards. So thank you so much. Take a break and we'll see you soon.
Okay, I'm just gonna give everybody a few minutes to make their way back, and we are going to present some awards. I was able to not give the best attention that I wanted in both sessions. I was trying to respond to some emails from employers and some students about the career fair, which there are still plenty of open meetings right now in the career fair. I know that the process is not as linear as we would hope, but there are many opportunities right now for students. If we have any students watching right now, for the career fair. And please sign up. I will send an email here once we are done. Thank you, Christina. Thank you very much. Christina put a link in the chat here that goes straight to the Career Fair Plus page, and the summit will be at the top because it's going on today. And you can click on that and make your profile for free. And after you make your profile, you can see the different employers. And something that I tell my students here that I work with at NC State is that, you might have a certain idea about a very specific career in mind or a job opportunity in mind, and you see a organization and you say, well, that organization doesn't do that. These organizations and companies hire a wide diversity of roles. So take SAS, for instance. They do, statistical programming package that they have, but they hire a wide range of people from human relations to marketing to graphic designers. There is a wide range of roles at these organizations. So I would take a little bit of time to Google some of these organizations, look on their link. They have a wide range of roles that they offer. And also, as bachelor students, one of the questions I frequently ask my students, especially in their first year, it's such a great question, is are you an expert in whatever your degree is after you graduate with a bachelor's degree from your institution? And the answer is no, you're not. You're a generalist. A bachelor's degree is a great opportunity. It's a generalist degree, right? And so as the recruiters or as the recruiters are looking for people who have those skills, these transferable skills. I heard Bill talk a little bit about his master of networking skills. Bill is an excellent networking expert here, I would say. And this is a great opportunity for them. So I'm gonna get started. I just want to plug that a little bit here. I got distracted because I saw a message pop up, and here we go. I'm gonna pull this up. All right. Whoop, I didn't. Psych, joking. Okay, can everyone see my screen? Oh, it froze. Every time I share my screen, it tends to do this. It freezes and then it comes back. All right. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Gus. And Danielle Pavliv with SAS here has said, if anyone is interested in resume review, career development conversations, not necessarily SAS related, feel free to set up time to chat with me on Career Fair Plus. I have tons of experience with recruitment, always happy to weigh in or do a mock interview. Thank you, Danielle, because this is an opportunity for you to network and connect, right? And one of the things we do in the Students Moving Forward program is we try to decode the mystery of the job search, which honestly, it is confusing to all of our students. I don't care if you are neurotypical or neurodivergent. The overwhelming majority of students are pretty lost when it comes to this. You are just starting out in your careers here, regardless of if you're a current student or recently graduated. So these are opportunities to network. They're opportunities to learn more, take advantage of the resources you have, because I'm sure the other folks who are here who have a bachelor's degree at a minimum can tell you it is different once you leave undergrad. The abundance of resources is not readily accessible at a click of a few keys here at your keyboard or your mouse. So take advantage of these resources, and let's get to the awards. So we have a new award that we're doing this year. The summit is primarily focused on students, and the goal is to incorporate more aspects of neurodiversity within this. I do want to make sure that we allow the students who are on the autism spectrum to have their voices heard and to be loud. And this is where the need was, because there just wasn't as much recognition, and that's how this started. But there are also other people, a lot of other people. It would take me 2 days to recognize everybody who has been here and helping in a multitude of ways to help make students moving forward in the summit just something that has been able to reach so many people throughout the state and even throughout the country. But I do want to recognize some of these folks. So we actually created a new award that we have here. And this was a surprise because no one knew about this except for Christina and I and maybe like 2 people in my office. So this is the North Carolina Inclusive Employer Award. And this award is about creating connections and promoting neurodiversity in the workplace. And we really wanted to focus on a North Carolina specific employer. We have many great employers who are here today and have been here in the previous 2 years of the summit, and students moving forward like Ultranauts and IBM and NetApp, and some great companies who also IBM and NetApp have to sponsor the summit this year. I really wanted to focus on a North Carolina specific organization. And we were really intentional about the subtitle there, creating connections and promoting neurodiversity in the workplace. Without connections, we were talking about networking, and networking is this nebulous concept. Without connections, none of this will happen. Connections with students, connections with employers, connections with organizations like UNC Teach and LiNC-IT, connections with wonderful people like Dr. Jamie Pearson and Dr. Nicole Anthony and Joanne Blumfield, who runs the Catalyst program that does great work as well. These are all connections, and through those connections, more connections are made. And we have had parents and students and people from all over reach out, and things start to grow and they start to take movement. And so those connections are so important and so critical. And the other aspect is about promoting neurodiversity in the workplace. And I'm saying we are saying neurodiversity specifically because as we were talking yesterday in the keynote with Judy and Marinike and Amy and Magnus, is that it's the autistic and autism community. This is an important aspect of neurodiversity, but it is a lot more than that. It's a 3-component theoretical framework. It includes recognizing the value of all the different neurocognitive wirings of people's brains and saying that they all have value. It is for neurotypical folks as well as neurodivergent folks. And this is about promoting social justice in terms of these are job opportunities. Sometimes there are unnecessary barriers preventing people from this. So it's going around and giving the good news about neurodiversity and how some of these programs are internal within their organization. So big thank you to our first winner for this award, SAS, and Danielle Pavlov specifically, because none of this would have been possible without her help. She has been the very first, her as a representative of SAS has been the very first person to help make all of this happen. She is the person who connected us with Teach. She is the person who's connected us with LiNC-IT. She is the person who connected us with Magnus and other people from the professional advisory board. Danielle and I have done about 5 presentations and workshops with sometimes with other folks, sometimes just us. I think 2 or 3 of them were national presentations where we have talked about this. Danielle, for her neurodiversity hiring program at SAS, won an award, national award with the National Association of Colleges and Employers, NACE. and has just done great work. And her students who have experience with her love everything that they do. They are supported, they are confident, they increase their confidence, and that's what that's a big part of what this is about. So Danielle, thank you very much for all that you do. Happy hand flapping. Thank you.
Thank you, Wes. This is
You're
an
very
honor. Thank you. And a surprise.
Yeah, I didn't tell you about that because I knew you were gonna be like,
Very
so for the students here, students and recent graduates, this was hard. We had several nominations, and I do want to give acknowledgement because last year we had Kayla Smith, who is amazing. She was a student at Forsyth Tech Community College, which has many great programs over there, and she helped to spearhead regional, state level, and even national level workshops and programs that she had been a part of to talk about neurodiversity and help to create not awareness, but acceptance for autistic communities. And she has done great work. She's a young woman, and her and Ellie from ECU, who helped to create the Autistic Students Association at ECU and was leading her own organization over there while interning at Credit Suisse, while being a student, and had a great story herself from the summit because Ellie had interviewed at Credit Suisse and it just didn't go well. I think they might have not no slight to Credit Suisse, they're an amazing employer, just it didn't connect at that point. And then they came to the summit, so did Ellie. They connected. I think that they saw that there was something they missed, immediately recognized like, oh, this is a wonderful student, hired Ellie. She did phenomenal, and she's a full-time employee with Credit Suisse now. Kayla Smith is now a full-time student at UNCG. She is doing phenomenal, and I want to give recognition for that. We're going to put a little blurb on the landing page to talk about our previous winners and this year's winners. We had 10 nominations. There was some really, I'm like, I want to give everybody an award, honestly, not because whatever people want to talk about participation trophies. They were doing great work, and that is really what is important about all this. I'm gonna try my best to read this without giving away key details, but I think it's pretty hard. So the first award here, I'm going to read. This person was an outstanding student leader during their time at a certain university here in North Carolina, being open about their background, their experiences, their difficulties, and success. This student constantly advocated for themselves as a fellow student who was identified as, and other students who also identified as neurodivergent individuals. And during the student's senior year, they spearheaded a university-wide panel discussion on neurodiversity and its role in the business field. During this panel, the student created and participated in, they helped to broach conversations and considerations for staff, faculty, and business leaders working with and servicing neurodiverse students, staff, and employees. There's a lot this person had several nominations. This student was also a true leader at Keenan Flagler. He triumphed inclusion, learned to share their own story, and encouraged everyone to be them true selves. This student put together a neurodiversity in business workshop for Keenan Flagler Business School right there in North Carolina. They really came into their own. They took improv classes. They connected with other students. They shared their vulnerability and epitomized the guiding principles of Keenan Flagler, which is be curious, be kind, be humble, be purposeful, be agile, and be true. And they were a great communicator to their community as a student, and they know that this person will as an alumnus as well. Congratulations to Truman Mitchell. We will have more on the website in a little bit with picture and a little bio about Truman here. I've heard many great things from colleagues at Keenan Flagler as well. So Truman, thank you for your work that you were doing in North Carolina. Thank you for your leadership. And we look forward to connecting and maybe having you on a panel here next year. For the next, because we always give two, because there's so much good work being done. You know, I really feel like we need to give two. And again, this was hard. This was really special here, and I was reading this one. This student is one of the most dedicated, hardworking individuals I know. This student has recently graduated with a Master's of Science in Occupational Therapy, also from UNC. Now, I you know, this is a little hard for a state person to give all these UNC awards, but this is about unity and collaboration throughout the state. And last year we did ECU and Forsyth Technical Community College, so you know it's okay. We'll do UNC this year. While he worked up until his graduation to help others better understand, appreciate, and support neurodiverse individuals, this student most definitely demonstrates a drive and commitment to increasing the quality of life for individuals experiencing disabilities and increasing access to opportunities for all autistic individuals. This person's partner and now fiance, I won't say the name, created an important resource for occupational therapists. This is really what piqued my interest here. A holistic, neuro-inclusive, person-centered planning tool utilizing the occupational therapist, doing, being, belonging, becoming framework. This is things like that change professions and help to make the people who are the professionals, who are the trusted experts in these fields, have better knowledge and serve all their clients better. That is incredibly important, and especially in an area like occupational therapy. The student has started speaking out more about neurodiversity affirming practices and has made efforts to help educate others about autism acceptance. He also has recently served in leadership for the HEALS prep program and transitioned to an adulthood program for individuals with intellectual disabilities housed in the North Carolina, in the UNC Chapel Hill. So without further ado, congratulations to Greg Bowler. I apologize if I'm not pronouncing your name correctly. Names are important. I didn't get a chance to connect with you and get the proper pronunciation before that. Congratulations to both of our award winners this year. We now have 4 student award winners, a nice diverse group of students in multiple fashions of that term. And we have our first Inclusive Employer Award. Thank you, everybody. And we were only 10 minutes over. That was fantastic. Thank you, everyone, for the first session today. We're going to start promptly at 1:30 for this afternoon's closing keynote with Eric Garcia, current journalist with The Independent, former journalist with The Washington Post, self-identified autistic man, and recent author of We're Not Broken, which is a phenomenal book. I bought a hard copy as well as the audio version where he reads it himself for other folks who like audio books, like a lot of other ADHD folks like myself, because I need to be doing something while I listen to stuff. He reads it himself, which is great because you get like a really personal experience when the author reads their own work. So that is going to be a phenomenal keynote sponsored by SAS. And thank you to everyone. Thank you to UNC Charlotte's Career Services Office, who has sponsored this award, and to the LiNC-IT team, who is helping me coordinate the details of this award. Thank you as well. And thank you everyone for attending. And for the students who are listening, sign up for meetings in the Career Fair Plus app. I'm going to send another blast out to everyone. Please sign up. We don't get opportunities like this often, and we want to make sure that we take advantage of those. You don't know the connections you will make. You don't want to assume things before you get an opportunity to talk to people. Please reach out if you have questions. Thank you, everyone. We will reconvene at 1:30. Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, how are you?
Good. I got Christina in here helping you with that. I'm trying to get some more of our students connected with our employers here right now. And we're waiting on setting up the live captioner who I think was in here and then wasn't, but Christina's got you right now.
Thank you. Hi, Christina.
Hey there.
Okay. All right. All right, Christina, I'm gonna go back on mute.
Okay.
So I will go on mute too. I just want to make sure, and can you hear me well enough? I will only be speaking for 1 minute, but I just wanted to make sure that I can be heard.
Yes, you sound very clear.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go off camera too.
Okay, sounds good.
Thanks.
Sorry, Eric, I should have gave you some warning. I was about to promote you over here. So you're live right now. I know we got a few people sitting around waiting.
Oh, no problem. Thank you.
I
am speaking to you from the top floor of the U.S. Capitol.
Very cool.
I'm working right now, so what better way to discuss autism and work than actually talking from my workplace?
Right. I got my amazing graduate assistant Christina in here, and so we're about to get our live captioner set up. Crystal Graves from SAS, who's introducing you, is in here. I'm about to go on mute because I'm trying to increase some of these students setting appointments in here. So I'm here, but I am muted.
No, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it, man.
Hello, everyone. We will get started in just a couple of minutes. Just wanting to make sure everyone has a moment to join the link. Again, we'll get started momentarily. We're so happy to have everyone come back again. Okay. As to not prolong it, good afternoon, everyone. Before we get officially started, I wanted to give a gentle reminder. We have plenty of openings for meetings for students with a wide range of employers. Please ask your students, or if you're a student who is joining this session, to make sure you log into the Career Fair Plus link and schedule your meetings for this afternoon. And if you have any questions, you can definitely email Wes or Christina. Also, there's an open Zoom chat for anyone who wants to stop by and chat, hang out, or ask questions about the career fair or any aspect of the summit. It was said earlier that networking is key, and I echo that sentiment. Those in attendance would love to have the chance to connect with you. So students, please do everything you can to make those appointments this afternoon. Okay, great. Let's move to the portion of the event that I know many are excited about. It is my pleasure and distinct honor to introduce you to today's keynote speaker to close out this year's awesome summit, Eric Garcia. Eric Garcia is a distinguished journalist who has had the opportunity to write for various renowned publications. He is currently the senior Washington correspondent for the online news source, The Independent. Previously, he was an assistant editor at the Washington Post Outlook section and an associate editor at The Hill and a correspondent for National Journal, Market Watch, and Roll Call. He has also written for Time, The Daily Beast, The New Republic, and Salon.com. Most recently, Eric's most acclaimed work is his published book entitled We're Not Broken. In this book, he uses his own life as a springboard to discuss the social and policy gaps that exist in supporting those on the spectrum. Garcia is a graduate of the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Again, another gulp moment for NC State, but this is a North Carolina event. And Eric, it is a good day to be a Tar Heel. And now he currently lives in Washington, D.C. So without further ado, I present to you Eric Garcia. And I will say, please stick around because after Eric has a chance to speak with us, there will be an opportunity for Q&A. Eric?
Thank you very much, Crystal. Thank you to North Carolina State University, all the sponsors, Wesley Wade, and every employer and employee for inviting me to speak. It is especially a privilege that you invited me to speak here because I am doing what for decades many, including some in this room, thought would be impossible. A Carolina alum is speaking at an event organized by NC State. But in all seriousness, the fact that this summit has had so many incredible autistic speakers is a testament to you not just paying lip service to diversity, but including our unique perspectives into the decision-making process. My request is that your commitment does not end as soon as this summit does. I am currently speaking to you from the top floor of Capitol Hill. And on the surface, I look like autistic inspiration. Literally just a few minutes ago, I was speaking with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And in many ways, I look like someone who has been able to, quote, overcome my autism, or someone who doesn't let autism hold him back. Terms and phrases that have become such staples in inspirational news stories about autism that they have become a trope. A little less than 2 months ago, I published my first book, and I am currently a senior Washington correspondent at The Independent, as mentioned before. Just yesterday, I went to the White House to pick up my press credential, so I imagine you will be seeing me on television soon. 10 years ago, I arrived at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue to intern in First Lady Michelle Obama's mailroom. In the intervening decade, I transferred to Carolina, graduated, freelanced at multiple publications, landed a job at MarketWatch, followed by National Journal, Roll Call, The Hill, The Washington Post, to today, The Independent. I realized the dream I had when I was in high school working for my school newspaper and wrote entries about the 2008 Democratic primary. These are the stories we see of autistic success that are probably why some of you chose to participate in the summit. This is where you expect a happy ending. The part where an autistic person goes from being a social outcast to channeling their special abilities into gainful employment. This happy ending is seen in Temple Grandin when she pioneers new methods to handle livestock because she can, quote, think in pictures. It's John Elder Robinson in his book, Look Me in the Eye, learning to set off bombs in rock and roll band Kiss's guitars, and then working on toys before moving to cars. It's every autistic person in Silicon Valley who can program a computer, no sweat. But I'm sorry to say, I am not here to make you feel good, and I bring you no happy endings. Those stories I just mentioned are indeed true, and they are an antidote to the idea autistic people could not work or that their autism meant they were defective. But highlighting hyper-savants who improve companies' bottom lines implies that only certain autistic people are worthy and deserve to find employment. And it positions autistic people who can't work without government services as a burden. Finally, it ignores that many autistic people who exist somewhere between those two extremes who have simply not been afforded adequate resources to find and keep a job. What these stories mask is that plenty of autistic people still face plenty of challenges both during the job search and afterward. One commonly cited statistic is that anywhere from 75 to 85% of college-educated autistic people are unemployed or underemployed. But of course, that statement is probably inaccurate because we do not know how many autistic people already have jobs, but simply went undiagnosed, as is the case for many women and people of color. That means that there are probably plenty of undiagnosed autistic people who struggle to find work, but do not understand why they never got a call back after an hour-long, if uncomfortable, interview wherein they exert extra physical force to make eye contact. Conversely, it's why people like John Marble, a former official in the Obama administration, saw himself spinning out at work and thought he was going deaf, when in fact he was just having difficulty with sensory processing and too much stimuli at once. And autistic people don't struggle at work because of a lack of desire. Drexel University's National Autism Indicators report found that paid community-based employment was at only 14%, which was, quote, the least common outcome for autistic adults who receive developmental disability services. But a quarter of autistic adults had community employment as a goal. And far too often, both autistic people themselves write themselves off or do not disclose that they are autistic. That was the case with me. After I had applied to a few part-time jobs while a community college student and never heard back when I checked off I was disabled in my applications, I chose not to disclose I was autistic when I entered the workforce after graduating from UNC. I did so because I didn't feel like it was anyone's business but mine. But additionally, I didn't want employers or colleagues to look at me differently. I didn't want them to pass me over for promotions or for them to deprive me of potential projects because I can't drive a car. In addition, I had plenty of internalized ableism. I figured if I could do a job, then I must not be too disabled, as if those two things were mutually exclusive. Or that oftentimes is in realizing that it is oftentimes not we who are defective, but the world around us that disables us. My experiences are not unique. Marcel Champy, the lead recruiter for Ultra Testing's neurodiverse hiring initiative, told me she always regretted disclosing she was autistic to her employers because, quote, they don't know a lot of the strengths and gifts. They don't know that it doesn't cost money to have workplace accommodation or workplace adjustments. unquote. To the employers at this summit, I ask, what have we done as a culture and society to make people afraid to disclose who they are? How have we made people afraid to bring their whole selves to the table, including the parts of ourselves who might improve our workplaces? Why have your employees defaulted to a de facto don't ask, don't tell when it comes to autism? Why do they not ask for resources that will not only make them more comfortable, but will allow them to only ever have to worry about doing their job well, which will in turn improve the workplace overall? What is ironic is that once I finally decided to out myself as autistic, my career took off. Coworkers gave signals to me to let me know if I was rambling too much in editorial meetings. I was allowed to wear headphones while working and writing. My colleagues understood if I avoided looking them in the eye, because it was not because I disrespected them, but because of the physical tax doing so costs is so high. And I needed to spend more time listening to them or looking at what they were showing me. It was only then was I able to make strides by taking more reporting trips for work, interviewing senators and presidential candidates, and ultimately writing this book for which you invited me to speak. It was when I had employers who asked for accommodations and who were also the toughest, but also the best bosses I had, that I became a better journalist and learned more about the profession. These concepts need not be at war with each other. And in turn, they will make your workplaces better, not just for autistic people, but for your neurotypical workers as well. For just as curb cuts and elevators were meant for people using wheelchairs, but now benefit parents using strollers, so too will asking employees how to make your office sensory friendly will create wonders for neurotypical employees. While not having too many fluorescent lights and constantly ringing phones may be a matter of whether an autistic person has a meltdown, nobody wants to have to smell their colleagues' robust cologne or musky perfume when they are 5 feet away. Autistic people might need a private space to prevent being overwhelmed, but plenty of people despise open offices. And everyone benefits from plain language and straightforward communication and not speaking in cryptic euphemisms. The phrase dignity of work has been dulled out to the point it's commonplace. But in truth, work is only as dignified as employers make it. Workers do not have dignity when they are segregated or paid less than their colleagues. Autistic employees will not have dignity if they are constantly siloed into certain sectors or even certain parts of an individual company, and they will not be dignified if they cannot move up in their companies. Before we discuss any ways to help autistic people find work, we must first discuss how employers can change to be places where autistic people will want to work. Thank you. Did you get all that?
Eric, we did. Thank you very much. We're going to do a little Q&A here.
All right, thank you.
So we have a lot of college students here, and there's a wide range of folks. We have college students, we have employers, we have higher ed staff, we have parents, guardians, long range of folks. Can you, in your book, you talked a little bit about your time at UNC and some of your experiences there. Could you tell us about some of the specific things that helped you as a student when you were at UNC?
Certainly. I think the most important thing was, so first off, I should also say at community college, I got more time taking tests. And I got to do it in a siloed space where I wouldn't be overwhelmed by everybody else writing or the sound of pens and pencils and things like that. So that was incredibly helpful, and that was immensely helpful, and that allowed me to pass my math classes. And then when I was at Carolina, I met with a guidance counselor once a week, and what we did is we mapped out how my regiment and how I would block off time to study certain subjects so that I had time limits and that I was more effectively using the hours in the day and the hours of the week that I have. And of course, when you're a student, you can afford to sleep 4 hours a week, but still 4 hours a night, but still blocking off that time so that when I went to bed at 1 a.m., I could, I knew that I had, had a full day's work. So all of these things. And then on top of that, it was just having somebody who I could go to and plan out and say, okay, I know this week is going to be stressful, or I have this paper due, and spacing it out. And then also having somebody who just reminded me for the basic things like, hey, remember to go get your haircut. And remember to, you might want to start working out, and not, because I had a weight problem, but just, it might help you feel better. And that was just something that I took up. As I took up working out, I worked out almost every day. So having someone and having a jumping off point and having somebody and having a space where you could plan out and be kind of your war room was instrumental to me graduating.
Thank you for that robust answer. This is what I love. There was also the point of mentorship too in the book.
Certainly.
Spoke about, I don't know if it was a professor or if it was staff or what, but could you talk a little bit about that dynamic of that relationship too?
Certainly. I mean, I think the first example was, and I write about this in my book, I'll never forget him. His name is Dr. David Peer. He was my African music professor. I needed to take an elective, and I was going to use for my arts credit. And I completely tanked this test after studying all night the night before. And it was the day before fall break, or the day of fall break. And I went up to him and I thought he might not even be in his office, but what do I got to lose? And I disclosed, I think for the first time on campus, that I was autistic, at least to a professor. And instead of him, A, thank God he was still there. B, immediately he called the student services office for disability services or whatever. I don't remember the exact name. He says, they're waiting for you, go. And I never took another class with him again. I got a B or a B+ in that class, but I will always be grateful for him. And that was what led me to be successful. Secondly, when I was a senior, I was taking a class on Southern politics and how to write columns, something I do regularly today. And I knew I had trouble writing my first column. And then my professor's name was Farrell Guillory, I'll never forget. Classic, he just recently retired, but he was the epitome of a Southern gentleman, down to the suspenders and the glasses and the fine pressed white shirts, and slacks, just like, and the Louisiana Cajun accent. And he said, right before class, he brought me into his office, and I thought, oh, I'm in trouble. Did I really do that badly? He closed the door and he says, I just have to ask, do you have Asperger's? And on one end, that is a totally inappropriate question. But on the other hand, I was like, how'd you know? And he mentioned he had a loved one who was autistic. All that. And he says, come with me once a week and we'll talk out, we'll map out how to write these columns. And I got an A- in that class in the end. But it was somebody knowing and somebody understanding. And so it's one of those things where I have really kind of mixed feelings about it, Because on one end, that is a gross invasion of someone's privacy. But on the other end, to have someone see you, to have someone understand you, and not judge you, but instead realize that you have potential. He realized that there was potential, that I had potential, but I just needed to hone it down and I needed to refine it. I'll be grateful for him for the rest of my life.
Great story, Eric. So good to hear about your connection there with your professor. But as Wesley reminded, it's a straight up violation. But it's good that you all have the trust.
Again, I have really mixed feelings about it.
Totally get it. Totally get it. So my question to you, and maybe that of some others here in our audience today, is, there are times again where, you don't have that trust tree. You haven't yet built that connection.
Certainly.
What do you think a student should do, or how should a student or student and parents go about maybe helping that student find, maybe an advocate, an ally, or someone that's within their circle that can help them in the same way that you were helped? In your way, it sounds like you have the right mentorship, people around you, but you know, with going to a large university like Chapel Hill, or even a small one, like a community college, how do you go about building that type of rapport, or at least community, to assist the student?
Certainly, that is a big dilemma, and that is something, again, I should say that, like, I'm grateful that my family was never in denial about autism or in denial about me being disabled. That's not the case even with some of my distant cousins who are disabled. So, or you know, so I certainly have that privilege immensely, and I'm grateful for that. And I'm grateful for my family. At the same time, I think one of the things that you should do is that there are organizations, and that, you know, there are, you know, autism societies, depending on where you go in your county or your state, they can be very touch and go. You know, some of them are great, you know, but just like anything, and that's not an indictment, it's just like any other organization. But also the internet is a great resource. And just if there's nobody in your community, because I know there are plenty of people from NC State who come from rural areas, who come from places like Gastonia, or come from places like Rockingham County, or Bertie County. So the internet can be, if you have access to the internet, it can be a resource so that you can have a digital connection that you otherwise can't have if there aren't that many resources within your immediate community. So that's the other thing. The other thing to take into account is when you are looking at, even if, you know, if the university isn't explicit in disclosing what it offers for people for neurodivergent people, whether that's autism, dyslexia, you know, ADHD, dyspraxia, whatever, Tourette's, you can look for other telltale signs. Is this a place with a lot of ramps for people with wheelchairs? Are there elevators? Look at the leadership of the university. Are there women and people of color who are deans or presidents or associate deans or chancellors? Is the chancellor Black or a person of color or LGBTQ plus? These may not explicitly tell you this is an autism-friendly place, but what it does tell you is that this is a place that is willing to grow and change and evolve. And is willing to, and then also look at the lines of communication. How receptive, ask people, how receptive is this place to change? Some institutions, you know, so I went to, you know, the university, if I can, you know, dunk on NC State, like we do in your basketball games, but that's neither here nor there. It's the first public university. So on one end, that's a tremendous honor. On the other end, what it also might mean is that places like UNC, places like Duke, or places or Ivy League colleges, if they want to go that way, they may be slow to change. And whereas conversely, maybe a younger liberal arts college with a smaller population might be more receptive or more adaptable. In the same way, a community college, which is, because I went to community college before I went to university, because it is meant to serve a wider swath of people, it might be more adaptable. NC State does a fantastic job educating people from rural areas. I know people who went to NC State who came from the rural parts of North Carolina and even parts of the border in South Carolina, Waxhaw. Use that same ingenuity that allows for rural poor kids to graduate and not take on debt, to find ways to be adaptable for autistic and otherwise disabled students.
Eric, I appreciate that, minus the basketball talk. But I guess I did go to NC State for undergrad as well. We might have even been in school around the same time.
Probably around the same time. Yeah, probably. I
think so.
Somebody mentioned accessible transportation. Yes, that's the other thing. Yes. It doesn't even necessarily need to be trains. Are the buses, do they have ramps or things like that? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but that is a key point. You need to think about that. How easy is it to get around? But trains are awesome, yes. But you know, how easy is it to get around a place is immeasurably important.
Eric, you have full reign to interrupt. They are not here to hear me. We are here to hear you, sir. So there's a question. We have two questions in the chat box here in the forum. So one of them came from Magnus, Hedemark here, also one of our professional advisory board members for students moving forward.
Fantastic.
So he says a lot of focus has been on tech jobs for autistic folks.
Yes.
What are some of the great opportunities you see outside of tech?
Journalism, if I could just plug my own industry. A lot of people might think that journalism is a profession for social people. I'm terribly antisocial. I'm a bag of nerves anytime that I need to pick up the phone and call people. But it's the attention to detail, and it is that lack of desire to follow social niceties if they don't make sense that, you know, can lead you to be more comfortable asking inappropriate questions if you need to get there. I see a lot of it in the arts, or I see a lot of it in finance. I see it plenty even in things like sales, in account, you know, and in retail. People may think of those as, once again, they're very forward-facing jobs, but that attention to detail and that meticulousness in making sure you're making inventory, especially for something like retail where the profit margins are so thin, those are things that can be instrumental. On top of that, I think that there are plenty of, you know, let's be real, medicine. You know, there are not enough. My friend Wendy Liu, who went to school around the same time I did, has talked about the lack of disabled doctors. Medical ableism prevents a lot of autistic people and otherwise disabled people from having adequate health care because there's a focus on curing the disability and not treating the illnesses. That is a sector that, again, can have that can, you know, that can have a lot of people and can have a lot of positive reinforcement. So absolutely, that's one sector. Those are some of many sectors.
Thank you for that, because that's a common thing that I talk about with people from multiple universities, not just in North Carolina, and honestly, not just in the US. I've had some people reach out internationally as well. And this is a huge area. I have students in history. I have students in psychology, specifically talking about students who are autistic, history, psychology, studying different languages. They are in College of Management. They are all over our campus in a wide range of areas. And so when we have internship programs or anything else like that, we need more opportunities that are just not opportunities that are not only in tech. Zoology, genetics, biology, wide range of students who are ready to get going and go to work. And on the small school aspect too, I know for myself, as someone who's very ADHD, my actual diagnosis. And so I didn't really fully realize that when I was at that age, and I went to state and I enjoyed it. I was a horrible student, as I tell my students very often. A smaller school would have benefited me a lot, in all honesty, because there would have been that more of a deeper connection, easier to manage, less sensory overload.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, or to go to a community college or something like that. Yeah, or a trade school. And not everybody needs to go to university either.
Right.
Great points being made, definitely. So I have another question from the chat box. Here's the question, Eric. So as a career advisor or coach, I oftentimes may pick up on signs or signals that a student I'm working with is autistic, but they do not disclose this information. Sometimes the students face challenges in finding jobs. How would you recommend I go about helping these students that will not disclose, but still tailoring my advice to help them succeed?
That's where a simple nudge might be able to help. Like, obviously you can't be an armchair diagnostician, but what you could do is you could just gently say, this might be something that can help. So it's not forcing it, and it's not saying you're autistic, but it's gently pushing, gently nudging and pointing in, not even pushing, just pointing in the right direction. There's something that you might be able to do.
Thank you. Okay, so I have another question from the chat box. So what about if the student has NVLD as well as ADHD and is on the spectrum?
I know plenty of journalists with both.
Okay, that was the question. Do you feel journalism would be a good fit?
Yeah.
Son has done
I
well
know
with writing.
plenty of my friends. I'm in a group chat with some of them. So.
Very good. And then the next question as a follow-up, and I think a lot of people kind of have their feelings about this, but what are your thoughts on the show The Good Doctor? It's rather popular on TV.
I haven't watched enough episodes of it, but I do kind of have some objections that they didn't cast an autistic actor. Atypical, I have much more problems with. I think it's a very myopic portrayal of autism, and I think that a lot of his symptoms are just him being a jerk instead of being autistic. And I think that word that it spreads a bad example of it spreads a bad idea of what autism is. Love, I think you're saying dating on the spectrum, but I think you mean love on the spectrum. It's fine. Would I watch it on my own volition? No. But you could do worse. My general feeling with it is you could tell it was not made by autistic people. It is this very, very kind of voyeuristic, angle and lens and gaze that it is. And it's almost, there were parts where even though I'm autistic, I felt kind of, I felt like I was really invading someone's privacy. And that really, it's not even a matter of just documenting a show about dating, but it was the way that it was done. Because neurotypicals have been doing dating shows for decades, going back even before reality TV show, like our parents watched the Newlywed Game. But there's just something about it that doesn't completely make me comfortable. It's not it's not the worst. You could do worse. It's fine. You can watch it.
Yeah, I get it. I totally get it, Eric. There's a lot of reality shows out here and a lot of shows that are scripted that, kind of are written to say they understand someone's life, but they've never walked in the shoes or been in a relationship. So
there are shows and there's also shows like Everything's Gonna Be Okay. I never really watched it, but I know it got canceled recently, which sucked. But that's an indictment that's a testament that it didn't get the promotion. The fact that I do this for a living and I didn't watch it. That was created by an autistic person, had autistic actors. That tells you everything you need to know, that these kind of shows don't get the kind of promo. A friend of mine who does writing for TV, who's autistic, said Netflix and Hulu, streaming services don't want to do more autistic stuff because of Atypical. And I worry that it kind of poisoned the well. And this is somebody, I won't even say where they work or what country they work in or things like that, but this is just something, it tainted the conversation. So I worry that even if Atypical wasn't the worst, and it got better in later seasons, I worry that it set a precedent. And this is why I'm always really concerned.
You bring up a lot of really good points, Eric. There was something I was thinking about with that is for me, a general rule of thumb is if you see a show like that and the representation in the show is only like one group, right? It's going to be dominant culture. So we have, white males in a group or just white folks in general, and you don't see a lot of anyone else. You already know it's not going to be an accurate description because
like one of my favorite examples is that, The Wire, which was a show that had a lot of people of color, had a very white writer's room, Chappelle's show had a very white writer's room.
I lived in Baltimore at one point in time, originally from Maryland. I was born in DC, and I've actually never seen The Wire, to be honest. But yeah, of course I know of it. So I have another question here from Dr. Bill Dush, who is another professional advisory board member for Students Moving Forward. I loved how you talked about transforming colleges and different sociological efforts depending on the type of college. How do you think we can culturally transform companies of different types?
I think the thing that you need to recognize is that you already have autistic employees. So one of the places I visited was Square. Well, I did it virtually because it was right during COVID, when COVID began. But one of the things that CJ Ernetta, Chris Ernetta, depending on who you ask, he was very insistent on was that, before they started doing a hiring initiative, they focused on the people they already have. Now, they were fortunate enough that they knew who their autistic people were. They had people who were willing to come forward. And what happened is Chris, his son's autistic, and then his coworker, Chris Williams, said, "Oh, I'm autistic too," and he was wearing an autism shirt. Chris Ernetta was wearing an autism shirt. But you need to create a culture where your autistic employees feel comfortable coming forward and saying, this is what we need to do to improve this place. Because one of the other things, a lot of people, we talk a lot about people in autism or in the work who are crashing and burning, but we almost never talk about autistic people who are quote unquote growing and leaving, which my friend John Marble talks about. So that's really important. So I think to answer the question, it's include autistic people in the discussions. There are plenty of autistic people. The person I mentioned, John Marble, he does consulting for companies now. There are groups like Neurodiversity Pathways in the Bay Area. There are groups like the Autism at Work Initiative. There are plenty. Some are better than others, but there are things there. But I think the most important thing to recognize is that before you do any hiring initiative program, you're not going to fix the problem by just hiring more autistic people. You have to actually include people in the decision-making process, even if that means bringing someone from outside. I can't talk today.
To expand on that a little bit more, and the show everything's going to be okay, right? Or actually, that's not what I was thinking about. You said something about you heard a friend say Netflix wasn't going to do other shows with an autistic character because of atypical and like feedback and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
One of the things that made me think of is the fact of something you talked about in your book. It's the microscope that we under, whether we are, in an ethnic minority in the US, and then another layer of intersectionality on top of that, where it's like when you mess up, it has greater ramifications. And
it does.
If your house is dirty, your apartment is dirty, no one's gonna or if a neurotypical person's home is dirty, no one's going to say, well, they don't need to be living by themselves.
Yeah, or they should be in a group home, or they should be, they should be back in back with their family. It's a different type of respectability politics. I know you mentioned it, I thought about it that way. I hadn't thought of it that way, but I think the other thing is that, the right to grow up and the right to be independent and the right to have the rights that everybody else includes the right to screw up and includes the right to make mistakes. Those are, everybody can point to something where they messed up big time and it taught them an important lesson. And in the same way, I think that autistic people and any other type of disabled people deserve the right to be flawed, to have flaws, to screw up. That really does matter. Like that does matter. And I think that it's not as clear cut. So I think that needs to change. So
the right to make mistakes. I think that is very important, because if you're going to do, whether it's a hiring initiative or it's working on the culture of your workplace, there are going to be hurdles, there are going to be mistakes, and that's not evidence to give up. I think that's evidence that you're making progress, because you're running some of these issues and you are challenging them.
Yeah, absolutely. So you absolutely deserve the right to do that, and just like any other group of human beings.
Eric, we got a few more questions popping up. Are you okay to keep going?
Yeah, I got a few times. Yeah.
Thank you. So another question from another professional advisory board member, from Gerald here. And this is a sensitive question, and you did a great job balancing this in your book, and I really appreciated it. And we talked about it yesterday, and some other aspects of like neurodiversity is for everyone. Why do you think celebrities who have autistic children tend to support organizations like Autism Speaks? How can autistic people encourage them to promote autistic-led organizations? Which, that's a
good question. The reason Autism Speaks was started was because Bob Wright had an autistic grandson. Bob and Suzanne Wright did. So they, they always. So I think that what happens is that even though I don't deny that Bob and Suzanne Wright had the best of intentions when they started it. And they also had the benefit of having a lot of money as being the head of NBC Universal. And also, they influenced Donald Trump and on his views on autism because they were hosting The Apprentice at the time. They were housing The Apprentice at the time, I think. But I think that one of the things that you need to do is that like a lot is that, so for example, let's talk about the big elephant in the room that happened earlier this year, SIA. SIA had almost a visceral reaction when autistic people said, no, this is not good. This is bad. You're harming people by showing restraint and pressing someone down. I actually, like, what's funny is that she said she was going to cut that scene, and then I watched it the day of the premiere. I ordered it on Google Play, and it didn't cut it. It showed it twice. So I think that one of the things that you need to do that's important is a lot of celebrities. Let's just be real. A lot of celebrities believe some really weird things. Kyrie Irving believes the Earth is flat or something like that. Like that's fine. Nicki, we all saw what happened with Nicki Minaj and the COVID vaccine and, the testicles.
We're gonna be able to avoid that one. Yeah, there's no avoiding it. Everyone.
There's no way to avoid it. Let's just talk about it. But the thing of it is that, but like, let's talk about that. Like, most people will say to Kyrie, hey, look, you don't know what you're talking about when you say that you're this flat. Or, people were rightly dunking on Nicki Minaj, as, you're spreading harm, you're being duplicitous, you're covering for your buddy who might have had an affair and got chlamydia or whatever. But because there aren't a lot of autistic voices, or because autistic people aren't taken seriously, they often get overlooked, or their voices or their input gets overlooked. And it's oftentimes only until it's too late. I mean, you saw this just in the United Kingdom with Spectrum 10K. You saw that they got a lot of pushback and they didn't expect it. And I think what it says is, one of my friends, David Perry, points out, he asked me one time, he says, how have autistic people won the culture war? They haven't really won the culture war. It's just that now you can't talk about autism without them pushing back.
Right.
But B, I think the other thing, someone said a lot of autistic people have claimed Drax and the Guardians of the Galaxy. I had never thought of that, but I love Drax and I love that. But the funny thing of it, I think one of the things that you need to do is just like have that input. And there are some, one person who I follow, and oddly enough, it's because of college basketball, even though I went to Duke and I went to UNC, is Ken Jeong. We follow each other on Twitter, and he, and like, I've never talked to him about autism, but hopefully that means that I can have some cachet with him if he ever tweets about autism, that and the fact that he was in Community with a character who was autistic, Abed. But like, I think that's one of those things where like celebrities are going to believe a lot of ridiculous things, but they also, like, sometimes you need to push back on them, and sometimes they need to, but more than that, they need to be willing to respect and change. So like someone like William Shatner, for those who don't know, William Shatner has been at war with autistic people for like the past 4 or 5 years. And it's because I think a lot of these celebrities think, hey, I'm doing a good thing. I'm using my wealth and my influence to do a charity. And they get really, really defensive when they say, when you tell them that, hey, you might be causing harm. And I think one of the things that you should say is that, like, the way you say it is that it's not, ableism, just like racism, is not about table manners. It's about systems. And it's saying, hey, look, I appreciate you trying to do something for autism, but I hope you recognize that there are other organizations that are led by autistic people. But I think the downside is that, there aren't a lot of autistic people who like are Tommy Hilfiger, or, who sits on the board of Autism Speaks, or, who are openly CEOs of some Fortune 500 companies. I'm sure that there are, even when I'm on Capitol Hill, sometimes when I'm talking to senators or members of Congress, I've turned off my recorder and I've thought, wait, maybe. I'm not going to say who though, but that's between them. But like, that's the point, is that like, it's directing them and showing them that, hey, your heart's in the right place, but intentions are not the same as consequences. A lot of times there can oftentimes be deleterious consequences.
In situations like this, I put on my mental health counselor hat, because I am a licensed clinical mental health counselor, and some people can say, oh, well, they're just celebrities, but they are part of the zeitgeist, right?
Yeah, celebrities shape culture.
They shape culture. They help to shape the culture. And so, you had Dr. Fauci having to talk about the Nicki Minaj comment on CNN because
you had that. Yeah. Like, I mean, and like how many, to the point that I was talking with a friend of mine literally just a few minutes ago. Cause like, I don't know, for those who don't know, what happened is Kamala Harris was going to speak. This is a perfect teachable moment. Kamala Harris was set to be speaking on The View today. And then like two of their cast members or two of their hosts got tested positive for COVID. And I was saying to, one of my friends who's a reporter at a respected news outlet, I said, look, a lot of people think that we're the knuckleheads and they listen to, The View. And like, even though Whoopi Goldberg might not be a political journalist, she does have a lot of influence. And like a lot of people, look at how many people listen to Joe Rogan, even though he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about on most things. He's the most listened to podcast host. So love celebrities or hate celebrities, to your point, they do influence culture.
Right. And talking about the Marvel superheroes and folks who know me, I'm a huge comic book nerd. I read a lot of comics now. And, Eric, I don't know if you had this experience. I don't know if you were into comics and stuff. And Crystal, you might.
I was, yeah.
So, growing up, there's not a lot of Black and Latino superheroes and stuff. And so we look at white superheroes and we envision ourselves like that. And it's the
same. We project onto ourselves what we want to see.
Right.
And, I see this also. I don't just see this with, pop culture or fictional characters. I see this with real life characters. With real life, I see this, people often project what they want to say on, onto politicians. Like one thing I've said about both Donald Trump and Barack Obama is that Barack Obama's slogan of change we can believe in and Trump's Make America Great Again slogan are both fantastic slogans because you can project whatever you want onto it.
Right.
So to your point, we don't see a lot of that representation. We don't see a lot of autistic people, seeing examples of ourselves. I forget what exactly somebody was telling me. There was a phrase, and it's gonna bug me later on the night. But when I'm like half asleep. But like we talk a lot about example and the ability to examples of possibility. But I think more than examples of possibility, I think what you need examples of possibility for the systems around you, for the circles around you, because we see, it's a lot like skyscrapers, like we don't see a scaffolding behind the Empire State Building, we don't see the scaffolding behind the Willis Tower, though I'm a Chicago native, so it's the Sears Tower, and I will call it that until I die. But we just see the skyscraper. So we need to make sure that we're, we need to show those systems. We don't just need to show autistic people themselves. And I was very explicit. That's why I showed my support systems in my book. I didn't just write about me. We need to also show examples of the kind of support systems that we can build around people.
Getting back to like this sensitive nature of questions. And yesterday, I don't remember I don't know if it was Judy or Marinike or Magnus or Amy, but it was like, there's autistic community and then there's the autism community.
Yes.
Push and pull between them. And we were talking about like unity and how neurodiversity can be a tool to help merge these two groups. And in my opinion, I think you did a good job of that in your book of
Thank you.
Pointing a lot of strengths out from both of these. Could you just talk a little bit about how you think these two groups can come to
I know there was an article on the Today, like on today.com a while back for the Today Show saying that there's a war between autism and parents. There isn't a war. It's when autistic people push back on what they feel is harmful narratives. And yeah, they're gonna get a little antsy and they're gonna get a little hot under the collar. But I think that the thing that I say all the time is that I've gotten so many, especially since the book has come out, 99% of parents are lovely people. But it's usually that 1% that is the most loud and noisy, that tries to make it about themselves. But even the people who might be a little misguided, they're only misguided because that's what they are fed. So I think that they want the same thing that I do, which is that they want their kid to live a fulfilling life. They want their kid to be happy. So I think that there is more in common. And I think that what holistic or neurotypical people should do is they should recognize that they have the ability to be, that neurotypical culture takes them more seriously. So what they should do is they should use that to be advocates and allies for what autistic people want instead of what culture or society wants them, or for what conventional wisdom will want for them. So I think that in a lot of ways they can be and they should be important allies, and they oftentimes have been. I don't think that these two groups need to be in an open conflict with each other.
I agree. Someone, I don't want to mispronounce your name, but someone in the chat, Leona maybe, has a great point. They were like, I think because Autism Speaks is probably the best known autism organization, people look there for information first, which gives them a certain viewpoint, and we call that confirmation bias when you already have an idea, and it just
because they have a lot of money,
further confirms what you already know. And so people, and also like people get defensive when they get called out. It's something I say in my private practice sessions with people when they're talking about that is, when have you ever had a debate with someone or just a heated discussion and the person's been like, you know what, I'm gonna consider that. I think I'm wrong. I'm gonna think about your point.
It's very rare.
Doesn't happen.
No, it's like like people say, there's a reason why cable news is so popular. Because and there's a reason why, love it or hate it, Fox News is incredibly popular, because it has found that getting people to fight and shout and yell at each other makes for damn good TV. What would you rather see? Would you rather see people come into a consensus, or would you rather see people, get a bloody nose? I'd watch the latter. I say this as somebody who likes WWE wrestling. So, so I think that it's very, very easy. So I think that once again, it's very, and especially I think with the internet, the internet is great in some ways because it opens up platforms and it democratizes autistic voices to be on the same platform as Autism Speaks. But on the other end, it also, because so many things can get lost in translation, literally because of language or literally because of typed out communications is different. You can't hear the inflections in voices. It can create a certain type of vitriol. And it can lead to some bad things. So once again, it's really, really difficult. And I don't have a good answer to it. I'm sorry,
Yeah, that's good. Still good insight and thought there, Eric. So I have another question from the chat box. The question reads, have you heard of life coaching for autistic people? Do you think this could be a good resource? And what would a neurodiversity affirming coach do?
That's a good question. I've heard of life coaching. I've heard of good things. I've heard bad things. I don't know enough about it. I think what I'm going to do is I'm not going to answer the question directly, but I think that what life coaches need to do is they need to ask themselves, okay, what do I want to coach autistic people to do? Do I want that when I'm coaching them, am I going to want them to behave more neurotypically, or am I going to do what I would do with any other client who's neurotypical and just help them to live the best life possible for them? So I think that if you're getting into the life coaching profession, you need to ask yourself why you're doing it for autistic people. So that's not a right way. That's not the direct way to answer, but that's what I'd say.
Yeah, that's a great response. So it just leads me to the question, Eric, with you writing this book, and it's kind of like self-coaching, or it may have been something that you're thinking, okay, this is a great way for me to get, give insight into what I'm living. And then we've talked a lot about learning as well today. Can you give us maybe what's the one thing you thought, that you learned while you were going through that journey of writing your book that you maybe didn't know about, yourself or the community or just that one thing?
I'll give you a perfect example is that I didn't really listen when I first started writing about autism. I thought that there was a difference between non-speaking and speaking people. That doesn't mean there aren't differences, but I thought that, autistic people like myself might benefit from neurodiversity, but some not autistic people with higher support needs might welcome a cure. What I've recognized is that now that neurodiversity is for everybody, including non-speaking autistic people. So that's the first thing. I don't think I recognized how many people in the LGBTQ plus community are autistic, and vice versa. So those are two things right off the top of my head.
Yeah, the percentage is higher, right?
Yeah, it is. It's really high. There was just a study that came in literally 2 days ago or a day ago. Yeah.
Do we have, we're getting close on time here, and I want to respect Eric's time. I know I have one more question for Eric to wrap up with, but do we have any more, maybe two, maybe three questions, depending on
Yeah,
what the audience has? If you have them, I'll give you a little bit of time here to.
Yeah, okay, let's go.
You know, Eric, one thing while I give people a chance to type any other questions they might have in here, when we were, there was the comment about, you know, if people aren't aware about issues for the autistic community and they come across information like Autism Speaks, and then like the ability to recognize that you're wrong, like this is something we all have to push ourselves towards.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think that, like, I mean, I see this daily in covering politics. People go with what confirms their own biases. It's why, you know, there are plenty of right-wing news sites and there are plenty of left-wing news sites. And that is why, you know, a good chunk of the country believes that the election was stolen. And, you know, so, and there's a lot of people who believe that vaccines cause autism, you know, so people live in their, more than, you know, adjusting to the facts, they adjust the facts to them, to their pre-existing ideologies.
And I think we have to be open about our errors and
yeah, we should be. One of the things I think as a journalist that I've learned is to be open about where I made mistakes in the past.
People ask me questions about like, how do I do this? How do I do that? And, you know, I very clear, like when students moving forward as a student focus group, career focus group for students on the autism spectrum here at NC State. And I really was pretty unaware. I was pretty ignorant the first year. And I realized I was doing all the same things that I wouldn't want someone to do for a Black focused organization. And
certainly.
Help with Danielle Pavlov is how I met Magnus and some other folks, and, you know, had authentic leadership involved that was from the autistic community, and it made the program much more authentic. And just realizing, hey, I was wrong.
Yeah, and it's totally okay. I mean, you're gonna. I'll say this: you're going to get stuff wrong, and that is okay as long as you get better and do better later. You know.
We got a question here from Amy in the chat. Does your book deal with mental health challenges for autistic people?
Absolutely. I talk about the difficulties with suicidal ideation that a lot of autistic students face, college students face. And I talk about the fact that suicide is the second biggest killer of autistic people without intellectual disabilities, behind heart disease.
All right, and we got, Eric, are you familiar with that book, Radical Candor?
I am. I haven't read it yet.
Okay. Question here from the Q&A box. What do you think of radical candor as a concept, particularly in a professional context? I've been thinking that it could help autistic folks learning from autistic folks how to be direct, such as simultaneously compassionate and direct.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know enough about the concept of radical candor to make an educated decision about it and make an educated, you know, comment about it. But, you know, in some ways it might help, you know, so, but again, I just don't know. So I can't say.
So we got one last question in the chat box, and then Crystal and I will wrap up here with you. As an autistic leader, how should I empower other autistics in a local meetup group?
Just ask them what they need. You know, I think that one of the things we also need to remember is that, yes, we have a lot of commonalities, but also we might have specific things. Autism is, you know, people have autism and autism has people, you know, my friend, you know, autism is affected by the person as much as, you know, and it's permutated and it changes and it mutates depending on the person. So asking people what they need and asking what they want. I think the other one, we talk a lot about needs, but we also don't talk enough about wants, if you ask me.
I lied. There's one more question in the chat box. I thought it was a good question to ask you. I'm sorry. Hearing about masking or light switching the past 2 days made me wonder how a parent knows when they cross the line of what is detrimental and what is just trying to help with social behaviors.
I think the question you need to ask yourself, and I always ask, is like, is this behavior that, just plain and simple ask, is this behavior that's going to improve their life, or it's something that makes me less embarrassed? Or is it something that they worry that will be embarrassing for the people around them? Because, so there are some social cues that are okay. I don't curse in front of my late good Christian grandmother, but I also think that, if someone is stimming, that doesn't do anybody any harm, and they should be able to do that. Or if they're going to be very direct, and if they think that that's their way of expressing how they affect, because the thing that my friends realize now is that me being very blunt and being forward speaking with you is my way of showing affection. Because I'm not gonna sugarcoat it with you, because I care about you and I don't want you to do something ridiculous, So I think that the question always needs to be, okay, why am I encouraging or discouraging this behavior? Is it because of me or because of them?
That was a really good point there, because we all have someone in our lives, usually multiple people. You said your old Christian grandmother, where what you were going to say and not going to say around that person. So I would say, how did you come to know that? Right.
Spending time with them, I know, just in the same way I wouldn't invite my friend who's Jewish, who keeps kosher, to a place to get a cheeseburger. And for those who don't, for all the goyim, dairy can't mix with meat in kosher law, so you can't have a cheeseburger. And in the same way that I would not ask my very Muslim friends to eat pork, especially on a Friday, I'm not gonna, in the same way, I think that we also learn about respecting other people. So as much as I talk about the neurotypicals respecting us, we also need to learn to respect other people, because we all live in we all live in the same kind of universe. So
I won't say who asked this question, but it's one of our autistic folks here in the group. And earlier in the summit yesterday, we were talking about this with Judy Singer, we were talking about this push and pull between neurodivergent folks and corporations, who's responsible for what, where's that line? And so this question from one of our autistic members is, how do autistic folks work on their own filter in situations?
Be aware of your surroundings. I know it might take a lot more work, but one of the things is that I think that that just in the way that we want others to be aware of us, and we want people we want to have the same social graces, and we want to not have to do 5 hours of back-to-back job interviews, we should also be aware that we should live with other people. And also the other one is just ask. Sometimes it's going to take asking, hey, after this meeting, maybe was I okay in that? Or was I, just having that open kind of feedback, or having that kind of, and also asking them not to just give you a BS answer and say, oh, you were fine. Just say yeah, no, maybe you could say this a little more succinctly, maybe you could do this, maybe you could do that. And just having that open line of communication. Open line of communication is the most important thing.
All right, Eric, this is the big wrap up question here. Okay. So, and I did the same thing with Judy. We talked multiple times. It was pretty funny. So, all right. It's a conceptual question. You have your own neurodiversity to work program. It is Eric Garcia's neurodiversity to work program. You get to build this thing however you want to build it. You got the funds to do what you want to do.
Yeah.
What are 3 things you would focus on in the Eric Garcia neurodiversity to work program?
Get rid of open workspaces.
Yes.
Have more spaced out job interviews, or do away with job interviews altogether. So create an alternative, and make that. The other thing that I would say is that, and the last one would be, and as an addendum, as kind of a B to number 2, is make it universal for everyone, so you can opt in or opt out regardless of whether you're neurodivergent or neurotypical, because universality makes things a lot more palatable. And then the last thing, I think the other thing is to be have neurodivergent input in every one of these hiring programs. and have a, and more than that, I think, actually taking that back, build a pipeline so that you could have that and find ways so that neurodivergent people can move up and get into management and get into leadership and to get, because nobody wants to stay in the same job for 30 years. My stepdad just retired from AT&T a few years ago, and he moved up in the company, and to the point he retired at 68. So in the same way, nobody would expect that for neurotypical people to stay in the same job for 30 years. You would expect to move up, even if you work in the same company. So what are the ways that you can have people move up?
I'm gonna ask you to elaborate on number 2, because I can hear my employers in my head right now. They're like, I like that. I like, something creative, like getting rid of interviews. What would we do? What could we do in place of something like that?
See how you work on the job. Actually, instead of, they always say show, don't tell. Show what you could do, whether it's a writing test or whether it's, what SAP does with Legos or what, anything. Or if somebody wants to work in sales, put them on the floor,
So action oriented, focused on the job skills. Let's get in here and try it out, which for college students is great. We call these internships, get people in the door, right?
Yeah, no, I'll be completely honest with all, and if I may ask for forgiveness from my alma mater, UNC, I learned more working at the Daily Tar Heel, the campus newspaper, than I did in any of my J school classes.
I agree. Yeah.
So,
Well, here at NC State, we say think and do. So we're, we're there. We are there, sir. If unless anyone else has any more questions, that is it. And I will let Crystal wrap us up, and stick around because I will just give some quick points about the career fair next and answer some questions about that if anyone has.
Hey, thank you so much, Wesley. And we just want to give our tremendous thanks to Mr. Eric Garcia today. What an amazing opportunity for us to have him in our presence, to provide his insight, his candor, and his experience. Just an amazing, amazing job. And I'm so thankful also for everyone who was in this chat and had their own questions. So thanks again. Really, really appreciate it. And Eric, I just want to say, just listening to you, I'm really thankful for all of your insight. And I'm also thankful that you did not forget your roots. I love the shout outs you did to the rural areas here in North Carolina. So even though you're a big journalist there in DC, it's always great to have a hometown hero join us in these types of events. So again, everyone, just big shout out on behalf of the committee and everyone that's in attendance, that we are really thankful for you. So I'm going to turn it back to you. One last word from you.
Thank you very much. It is always great to be talking about North Carolina and to be working. And my only ask, and I said this in my speech, is that I hope that your commitment doesn't, that all the employers' commitment to this doesn't end as soon as the summit ends. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you. Thank you, Crystal. Appreciate it. Eric, when I come to Maryland and DC to visit family, I'm hitting you up. Where are we going to eat? Where are we going to go?
I have a list. I'll hit you up. All right, cool.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. For all of our folks who are still here, we have the career fair at 3:30 to 5:30. We have plenty of open spots for all of our students. I will send another blast out here, another friendly reminder to folks. And we want to keep things like this going each year. This is the 3rd year for the summit. We've had more employers, different employers. We have had more universities participating. We have more students participating from a wider range of universities, starting to creep outside North Carolina too, and that's fine. We'll always keep it North Carolina centric, but we'll always have opportunities for everyone as well. And maybe we can even start expanding and looking at, part-time jobs, and because that's important as well, and high school students and other things. And we want to keep this going. So if you are interested, if you're an employer or you work at any of the community colleges and other universities or colleges here in North Carolina, please feel free to reach out to us. And we want to continue this. This is a collaboration. We don't want to hoard resources. We want to share resources. We want North Carolina to be known as a place that is inclusive in all senses of the word. So thank you, everybody. And I'll stick around here for a little bit. If you have questions, Christina, if you're still here, if you could put that Zoom link in the chat box for everybody, because at 3:15 we'll have a open Zoom link for folks who just want to stop by, chat, hang out. Maybe you have a specific question about the career fair, whether it's technical or maybe it's like, how do I make an open-ended introduction to an employer where I'm trying to figure out like what types of opportunities might you have. We can talk about all that. So thank y'all. Thank you, everyone.